Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
You just crossed him over, danced him.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Crossovers powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. All right, this is a very highly anticipated crossover.
Why?
Have you guys heard?
In your mind.
Yes. Okay. Now, I'm very happy Austin Jacobson is here.
Oh, okay.
Because you're my guy.
You
know?
wouldn't have done this with John?
No. It could have, like,
Is this going to be a Gen Z crossover?
Yeah, John
Hey, listen,
would've
I'll tell you what. Josh is getting
freaked
younger
out.
every day. He hit me with Brazy.
Brazy.
What do you know about Brazy, bro?
We taught him Brazy a year ago, and he
We
hasn't
did.
stopped saying it.
That's
So-
you know,
and
and I never will.
I'm happy that Austin is here because, you're genuinely a friend
Thank you.
of mine. But
But
Praise.
John being here might have been a little bit more conducive to what we are going to end up talking about. So I found out yesterday somebody existed that I had no idea existed.
okay,
I
Simon
had-
Cowell?
continue.
And I was watching he has a show on him coming up on Hulu. And I was watching the trailer for it. I go, wow, this is interesting. Okay, and it was kind of progressing. And I heard his name and I go, whoa,
Progressive.
okay. Like I was like, this looks intense. This looks fun. This looks like something I would watch.
Jason Whitlock?
And then it gets to the very end, and I'm like, I wonder what happened to this guy and his wife.
Oh.
And then
Is it JFK?
was it O.J. Simpson?
My wife.
I had no idea. I found out yesterday that John F. Kennedy Jr. existed and what happened to him and Caroline Bassett.
Wow. Oh. All right.
So is this crossover about the plane crash?
Dude, I was stunned. I was
Wait, you don't know
shell-shocked.
about? Okay,
I know nothing about it.
So you don't know about the famous photo of JFK Jr. when his dad's
I learned about that.
headless corpse is rolling by and he's giving him the old
I
salute.
never saw that.
The Seinfeld episode where
Don't
Elaine
watch
wants to hook
Seinfeld.
up with John. That's the contest.
Never saw it.
Oh, John.
And I was sitting there, and I'm like, and they're like, gee, just because she just wants to be with you because you're Kennedy and John F. Kennedy Jr. and his wife. And I was like, oh,
Don't know about
And then-
JFK.
and then I
Jr..
look up John F. Kennedy Jr. and the first thing that pops up is death, and I go, oh no, and then I click it,
Oh no.
and then he died in a,
no, Nick, give us a Bill Moose, please.
Yep.
Oh no.
and then he died in a plane crash.
So this is a great topic because off air we were discussing the oldest events that people still discuss because for some reason Austin and I were talking about the Ides of March. Yes. Because I thought it was March 11th for some reason. It's 15th. March 15th. Yeah. My brother's birthday is March 11th. My dad's birthday is March 15th.
Mm.
I always think of March 11th as the start of COVID. Anyway, so we were talking about massive events and then we were talking about Pompeii. Well, for me, I was born in 88. JFK Jr. met his maker July 16th, 1999. My first wedding anniversary. Shout out. Wow.
It's
And
a big day.
I remember kind that. of an omen if you think about it. Very fair, Nick. I remember that.
Really?
That was like a huge moment when that plane went down. And I remember being so fascinated by the idea of photos of JFK's body.
Oh my God.
But my dad was like, they're not going to show them. And I said, why? He said, well, because he was in the water for a while. And so it probably doesn't look very good.
Very
Yeah.
bloated.
Me
Very
being
bloated.
an almost 11-year-old little boy was squishy. I kind of wish I could see it.
I found out that him and Caroline died, and I was like, oh my God, like I know that this is
Are you in mourning?
no, but I was like,
May they rest in
I know
power.
that this is
That's why he's wearing black today.
I know
Yes.
that this
Did
is a
you
big
host a
moment. I knew
thing?
it was a big moment in a lot of people who I worked with lives that people remember, like probably where they were
Wow.
when it happened. And
Honestly,
I
this
can't-
would have been a good
and I-
crossover for John.
And I can't believe. I can't believe I was like, I had no idea this guy existed. I told Connor Happer this during his reaction to when he found out that
What
was-
did he say?
he was like, I can't do this crossover without talking about
Wow.
this.
Fight
Wow.
says dumb debate. Which knowledge gap is harder to believe, JFK Jr. or the Mall of America?
Definitely
That's a bit
the-
overblown.
Definitely the Mall of America.
So I knew
But you grew up like just shy of it. That's different.
I grew up. I actually was.
Shy of it.
I
Like
grew
it's
up
just a
many
time and
hours
place.
it's
away.
not in a
The-
suburb
the
of
first-
Chicago.
It might as well be.
The first 3 years. The funny thing is that the first 3 years of my life, I lived in Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Oh, interesting.
As opposed to Minneapolis.
You're not from Chicago?
Wow, Gopher boy.
Not-
This is worse than Big Cat.
Poser.
Not-
Poser. What a
not
poser.
true.
You should be a Twins
Isn't it
fan.
wild that Big
Wow.
Cat could be rooting for the Patriots on their way towards another Super Bowl and instead he's a Bears fan?
dude.
He did it for content?
So I
What an idiot.
Is that why you're a Bears fan
That's
instead
why
of
I'm a
Twins
Cowboys
fan?
fan, everybody. I do it for the bit.
I knew about this for a little bit about Big Cat before it really got out there because
Cat.
Because you know somebody?
well, no one ever asked about
He knows
Big
Small
Cat.
Cat.
Who do you know from high school? Or like Big Cat wasn't like I went to Carmel, I went here, or I went to New Trier, or I went to Glenview. Like
Why'd
he
you
You're
never-
name it
just saying
Carmel?
words
That was
right now.
interesting.
He
I
never
prefer
went.
Nougat.
It's a super Chicago thing to talk about the high school that you went to, and like all those
Which
guys.
suburb you're from?
Yeah,
It's also a
basically.
Western Nebraska thing. so
Basically,
Ben.
like and
Jim Rose loved it.
Barstool
Mhm.
Chicago. One of their things that they were built off of was the fact that they all went to a local high school. They were
Except for
talking
Big
about-
Cat?
and Big Cat never talked
Because he's a
about it.
prep school kid, right? Up from Massachusetts?
on the East Coast.
Yeah.
So bad,
Tough luck.
so bad,
Very
But
tough luck.
What I want to clarify this.
Oh,
I was born in Evanston, Illinois.
Wow,
Okay,
Wildcat fan.
I was born
that's
next.
a really good impression.
thank you.
I was born next
He's
to the
really good
campus
at
of Northwestern. I
Yeah.
then was taken.
I was
and when
born
was-
into
You were
Northwestern.
taken,
and then
molded by
when
it.
I was 2 years old.
Liam
or sorry,
Neeson.
when I was 2 weeks old, I was moved to Minneapolis.
You were moved?
Yeah, we moved.
Who
They
moved
kidnapped the baby and
I-
moved him to
Are
Minneapolis.
your parents
No,
your parents?
remember he was taken, so that's he was kidnapped.
I was
It's like
born,
that baby from the 30s. What's
I
that
was-
baby's name?
The
You definitely don't know about
John
this
Benet
one.
the
Ramsey?
Great Depression.
That's the
No,
90s.
the Spirit of St. Louis guy.
No,
Moses.
No, okay.
There's
no,
a
that
good
was the Spirit of
burger in
St. Louis
Omaha
guy.
called the Spirit of St. Louis.
There's also an airplane.
I'm going to
called the
just
Spirit of
Google
St. Louis.
baby from the 1930s.
Is this the American version of the Prince of Egypt? I'm pretty sure this is the
Who
Was
same.
I a forgotten
was the
prince?
baby?
Yes, where
Have
you're
you ever
the.
seen The Prince of Persia with Jake Gyllenhaal?
Is that are we talking about the same
Charles
movie?
Lindbergh,
The Lindbergh baby.
who
Thank you.
also
Nick.
was the pilot of the Spirit of St. Louis.
Whatever
The blue
happened.
guy?
Yeah.
Whoa, we're learning a lot.
Look, speaking about plane crashes, I didn't know John F. Kennedy Jr. existed.
So I knew JFK Jr. existed, but I didn't know anything beyond that.
It
I-
just
I like- I
seems
knew he
hasn't-
died.
He didn't really do anything other than be John F. Kennedy's son.
Now,
Which,
Nice.
by the way, if I was that, I wouldn't do anything either.
so
Hmm.
you were mentioning that you have coworkers and everybody knows where they were when JFK Jr.
Probably.
died.
That's what I thought when I discovered it.
Do you think that? I think that
Charles Lindbergh, the financier, writes Kenneth. Excellent meme.
out of all the people that died in the 90s, I think Princess Diana probably had a bigger cultural impact
Mm.
than
For sure.
JFK
Yeah.
Jr.
You know
Yeah.
about Princess Di, though.
Yes.
Isn't it tough that her name was Di?
Yeah, terrible name. Bad foreshadowing.
Should have been
mother-
Princess Alive.
My mother,
Ooh,
it
good
was a-
one.
It was a scarring moment in my mother's life.
My mom watched she watched her wedding. She
Yeah.
watched her funeral. If they would have had a divorce on national television, she probably would have watched that too.
Wow.
My mother
That'd been
woke
huge.
me up at
She was a
3 o'clock
huge
in the
Princess
morning
Diana
when
fan.
I was like,
Gen X
8
moms
to
loved
watch.
Princess Diana.
My mom woke me up when I was like 8 years old at 3 o'clock in the morning to watch Kate Middleton get married to Prince William.
So your mom definitely watched the Princess Diana stuff. Then.
Yes, she's a
Is she Gen X?
big royal family.
Did your
She
your
was
mom
born in the 70s? So I don't know.
did your
Late
mom
stage
also have
Gen
that
X.
Princess Diana like short haircut?
No, my mom's always had very long
Okay.
pretty hair. I'm just saying.
Nice.
Thanks, Austin.
Shout out to Austin's.
Have you
mom.
heard about this? That I'm the Adam Schefter of Austin Jacobson's wedding.
Yeah, he's just tweeting out like random facts.
Is that
hears
why he
about my
kept
wedding.
asking you questions when you said you were? I don't want to spoil anything. So if I can't say what you said off the air, I
No,
won't
you can say that. That's fine.
Austin's down to 2,
Two.
or maybe you're down. You're
Well,
just
no, we're touring
them.
2 more. Yes.
The touring test.
This
as
will
they
be-
call it.
Nice.
This will be, I believe, 10 and 11 of venues
Oh.
toured.
Holy!
That is a lot
Wow.
of
Thank you.
I think we went through
Pick
3
a place.
thank you.
or 4.
Do you think it's me that's making these decisions? Do you think it's me who's wanting to get my
You know
steps in across all these different venues
do
in
like-
metropolitan areas?
you do like steps?
I do like
I
steps.
respect Austin that he already knows that it's not his day. That
It's not his story to tell.
It's
Which-
not his
Which
story.
is brutal because I kind of want it to be my day. Like, I really do. Like, I've always been like, you know, it would be sick, a party with all my friends. And instead it's turning into this white linen, like, dinner for all my grandparents, which is
With their
not what I had in.
gloves.
Yeah.
So
I
here's-
hated that.
Here's what will happen because I've done
You
it.
should have 2 weddings.
I've done it. Hey, I've done it a couple times. So the second wedding, way different. It was, we went up into we got married on top of a mountain. Right. So we're like, that was way different. It was just us and my old boss.
Why do you say it like that?
Because it's the Anchorman reference.
My God, you are.
How young are you?
Yeah, let me read a
23.
tweet.
Maybe if you weren't kidnapped all the way from Evanston, you would have gotten that
Lindbergh,
reference.
baby. Let me read this tweet from Stan before I get back to my first wedding.
Hi, Stan.
This is exactly why you can't take these kids seriously. No clue about history. Also, I like that he
By the way, I'm a
tagged.
history minor. So
He
that's
tagged
funny.
Nick in the process too. So this implies that Nick is now an elder statesman.
Whoa. You're
Pretty wild.
old.
Pretty wild.
Loser.
I know about Lindbergh.
So anyway, first wedding,
Lindbergh.
much bigger, 300-ish people, if I remember right. Big party. My brother's girlfriend at the time, she was very like, can I get you anything? Can I get you anything? I don't think I ever went up to the bar myself to grab a drink. You'll find somebody there who will say, Austin, do you need something? Can I get you a drink?
That'll probably be Matt.
And so, exactly, it will probably be Matt. You know what, Matt? That should be your responsibility.
Yeah.
I'm getting invited.
You can be my little B, is what I'll call you.
Brazy.
Yeah. My
With the
little
little
Brazy.
emoji.
It would have been
Hey,
a
that's
funny bit
exciting.
if you also
Oh my
made
God,
him
if I
not go
get-
to your
I
wedding.
didn't-
You're
I'm
invited
gonna
to
be
one
honest
of two weddings.
By the
in
way,
studio.
if I get invited to this wedding like this, that'd be sick, man. That'd be
Oh,
cool.
that would be sick.
Wow.
Well, he's getting weird about it now.
I mean,
though.
No,
now
because I
he's getting
just-
a little too
I
excited.
don't. Well, because
It's like when you tell your dog, hey, we're going for a walk. Look, that's what he's doing. He's wagging his tail.
or when you take your wife for a walk.
Bang.
I just love wedding. I'm a great wedding guy. I don't know if you were here to hear this. I'm a
Yeah,
great
so
wedding guy.
He puts a tie on his head. Crazy.
Yeah, hold on. How many buttons can I get undone on the dance floor? Oh, watch me go. I'll wear a floral shirt to yours because I'm different.
I think he brings cocaine
Okay, I'm
to the
not
wedding.
that weird. I'm not trying to make my wedding about me or your wedding about me.
If I invite you to my wedding, Matt, I will tell every single person and be like, yeah, that guy's a swinger. Be careful. And I'm going to tell every
Why
single
would you
person.
do that to me?
Because then every person that you go up and talk to will immediately be like, "Oh, that's the swinger guy."
Austin,
I
this is
I
an
should show up to your wedding with upside
excellent idea.
down pineapple,
Yeah, and
like
it'll be like,
Hawaiian shirt.
"Have you heard of Middays with Matt?" Yeah, that guy's a swinger.
Hey, that Matt McSwinger. That's what we call him.
That would be great.
You know,
See, now you've got it. The bit is already placed.
The
in.
bit.
it's incredible.
Imagine meeting my parents and they go, "Oh, you're Matt."
Yeah, I like to have sex with many different people.
That's a really fun caveat to inviting somebody to a wedding you don't really want there. You just like you can come to the wedding,
But
but
you have to be embarrassed at it. Like you have to be publicly embarrassed.
Yeah, it'd be great. It'd be very
I
fun.
just got a text from Mike Schaefer. You didn't know Lindbergh? No, I knew Lindbergh. I just couldn't remember the
Thank you, Schaefer.
name of the baby. That's all I was trying to remember.
The
The
name of
baby.
the baby.
The baby.
The baby.
I figured it out, though. We all figured it out together. Doug in Idaho quoting Austin. If I invite you, Austin, February 3rd.
no list has been
Austin says
finalized.
another excellent bit from Austin.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, how's that list looking? How big are we talking about? For
Well,
the,
so we were
Jacobson
we
wedding.
were so close.
or are you going to take her name?
We were well. Nation.
you gonna
I would-
hyphenate?
I'd really love a good hyphen because then I
Yeah.
could be Dr. Austin Jacobson hyphen fiance. That would be
Do,
great.
do you inherit the doctor title too?
Excellent.
That is well,
Doctor and Mister.
yeah. So I mean, here's the untold secret about this show. Every time that I come on, Dr. Fiance ain't listening, so I can
Hell
say
yeah,
this
you
now.
can- you're
It's
allowed
gonna
to
be
say whatever you want.
It's going to be a great bit when I'm going to tell the officiant and just be like, "Hey, when you introduce us, I want you to say, Mr. and Mrs. Dr. Austin," and
That is
I think
awesome.
it'll go over very
Very
well.
well.
I think
That's
it'll go over
incredible.
very
Well, you know
good.
what? It sounds like that this day isn't your day, so you got to do something that makes it your day, that you have an impact on it. And so
I-
a
yeah.
good bit is always a great way to make an impact on something.
I have made several suggestions of fun ideas, and the ideas go, "Oh, that would be fun," and then we don't discuss them more.
Yeah,
So
we just move on.
I'm taking them as we're for sure doing them. So I've kind of put them into my own list of things, and I think I'll just surprise her with them when we get to the
I
day.
love the idea
idea.
that Austin is having his own wedding inside of his own wedding.
I think it'd be fun.
A meta
It's like
wedding.
Inception.
Like
meta
one
wedding.
of my ideas was, hey, you know how like they do the thing where the couple goes to every table and like grabs a quick photo or something? I was like, what if we play Thunderstruck during that and every table has to drink while we do that? And she was like, that's a great idea. You should write that down. I said, great. So I wrote it
I
down.
like that.
And you'll never get
Also,
back to it, I
Nope.
imagine.
And guess who's going to be shocked when the DJ goes, all right, everybody, I hope you have a drink.
Mama,
Incredible.
Mima, and Papa
got
are
it.
going to be very excited.
Nick at the drop ready. Jeff writes in, wasn't Lindbergh a Nazi sympathizer?
Designated Hitler.
Under hits early in the show.
He was.
I searched
absolutely
Nazi
was.
on Lindenberg's Wikipedia page, or Lindbergh's,
It
excuse
pops
me.
up everywhere.
33 references.
Oh my
Yeah.
God!
A lot of them are close together. Where there must be a Nazi section of his Wikipedia.
Big
page.
Nazi guy.
There
Was
it
he
is.
on the
Here it is. See, good. Pre-war activities and politics, and the subheadline is overseas visit, and that's where a lot of them comes in. And then isolationism and America First Committee.
Yep.
Yikes. Tough look for and here we go. Finally, anti-Semitism and views on race.
Wow,
Yeah.
the guy hit
With
all
a link to
homers.
the eugenics section
He's
of
a bad
Wikipedia.
guy.
Very
Interesting.
bad guy.
Bad guy.
Interesting.
Austin, when you said, that thing you do when like the couple goes to every table and takes a picture,
Yeah.
I thought you were immediately going to be like, yeah, I told her, how about we don't?
No.
How about we just don't do that?
My idea is just to have the biggest party with all of my friends.
I think
And
that's- yes.
Dr. Fiance straight up told me, she goes, that's the expensive part. And I said, no, that's not true. I thought the marrying part was the expensive part. I was wrong.
You're
I was
like, if I
wrong.
wanted to be at a gala, we would get married at the Jet
I've
Awards.
also and maybe I should save this for the bit in the hot take market later. I should save this, but I'm not going to because I want to
awesome.
talk about it now.
I love
Awesome.
that.
Do you know how dumb it is that I have to pay to feed all of my friends? You shouldn't have to come to my wedding to be fed. I just want you to drink with me. I'll pay for the drinks. I'm fine with that.
So you
But
think
why
they
do
should
I gotta
pay-
get you food?
This could be a
Come
new.
in at 7.
BYOF,
Oh,
bring
Be
your own
done at
food.
midnight.
I thought you were going to say we should bring with the royal we. This is not.
Yeah.
I'm not putting
Right,
them out here
yes.
asking for an invite. People could bring.
I never asked for one.
People
Sure.
could bring like 50.
Last Friday on
It
Middays
was
with Matt.
it was a joke between Josh and
It was a joke.
It was a bit.
It's a bit.
So if people brought,
I just
yes.
met you.
I was
We
thinking
became friends a week.
people bring $50, but you're saying no, actually don't eat with us, just come and drink.
Yeah.
Interesting idea.
It
right?
is a similar vibe to when it was your birthday at school. You had to bring the snacks for everybody for
Correct.
your birthday.
I went to a kid's birthday party on Sunday,
Yeah.
and as I looked over at 8 large pizzas and a bevy of cupcakes that were decorated, including one of them that had 6-7 on it, which I thought was
Nice.
hilarious as the kid turned 8. I was thinking, how much did they spend? Plus, they rented out this like place in Gretna where you can play basketball and stuff. I was like, how much did they spend on this kid's birthday?
It's wild.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's one of those things too in school where you weren't supposed to hand out all the invites, even if unless everybody was getting invited.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
you know,
Because
Yeah,
it would
that's
be
right,
it'd
yeah.
be real awkward if you just walked around a place and handed out invites to everybody.
Did you guys make
and you're not
Valentine's
the
Day
one who
boxes?
got one?
Oh,
We did.
excellent. Rep.
Oh, we
Was,
did, yes.
Did this happen to you at all, Matt, in your work life, or
yeah,
maybe
probably.
a
Fairly recently.
coworker?
I have this really
Interesting. I
Happy
wonder.
birthday, Matt.
Thank you.
awkward experience in second grade. We had 2 second grade classes, right?
Is this when your dad invented the internet?
No.
Okay.
My best friend was in the other class from me, but we only had enough invitations for my birthday party for everybody in my class. So I couldn't invite my best friend to the wedding. And then for his birthday,
His
Did
birthday wedding.
You got
His
married in
birthday
second grade?
he did. His birthday was 2 weeks after mine, and I didn't get an invite for his birthday, and I was upset, but it was at the park in town, so I just kind of ditched my bus to go home and I went to his birthday party.
You crashed a
Nice.
birthday party?
But it
That's
was
sick.
it was cool with him because we're friends.
A text from the 402 points out, tell Austin you will make most of the money back with gifts. That's true. You will
Whoa.
get,
Yeah.
depending on how big of a...
Really?
Is it
Oh.
an Italian wedding?
No,
What?
people just bring money, though.
That's
Not
a-
everything has to be about Chicago, Matt.
Well,
Okay,
no.
can we just have a normal conversation?
No, I'm not. How is this a Chicago
I'm from
thing?
Skokie.
I brought up the fact that an Italian wedding.
It's
is a great
totally
cash.
Chicago.
No,
the weather
right.
outside reminds me of home.
People
No,
bring... People,
An
A nice-
Italian wedding. You're not
a
getting
nice
a poster at
Evanston
an
winter.
Italian wedding, okay?
well, so
you
the...
get cash.
Yeah, so
Get
I-
cash. Great cash.
weddings that I go to or have been in, it is usually a combo of gifts and cash.
Yeah.
And sometimes Target gift cards.
Yeah.
People love giving out
love
Target.
the Target gift card.
Yeah, because I think
Yeah.
it's ubiquitous. It covers everything, right?
That's
You
fair.
want to go buy a TV or an Apple. Target.
Listen, I avoid the Target grocery section.
Really?
Like it's my job.
Really? Why?
Yeah.
Why
That
is
place is a wait. Like I'm not going near that place at all.
What? What's wrong with it?
Don't like the variety. Prices are way too high. I can get everything cheaper somewhere else. And
Okay.
also,
So
waxiest
true.
apples in America in Target.
They do.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Because I think they're Fiji. I don't think they're
Ooh.
they're pink. The red ladies. They're the red ladies.
The Red Ladies.
Yeah.
I
Mm.
believe that was a character
No,
from
I don't
season
think you
2
can
of Game
call
of
them that
Thrones.
anymore.
Nice. Yes.
Nice.
No, isn't that the type of strand of apple?
No,
Isn't
those
that
are the
red
ones
ladies?
from the district, the red light district.
I get
Whoop,
my
whoop.
I get my items that I need, like toiletries, from Target, but then I go to Hy-Vee
Whoa.
Where there's a helpful smile in every aisle.
Wow,
Austin
look at you.
says, "You're white. Here's a Target gift card." Bingo.
I threw up in somebody's Uber, and I had, and for their wedding, I got them an Uber gift card to make up for the price.
And they
Good
had
bit.
gotten the Uber, so their star rating probably took a hit because of you.
Yeah, so I got them a
Yikes.
nice
Matt,
very-
if I invite you to my wedding,
If
That's
do you know what
doing
a great
lot of
bit
heavy
on
lifting.
your part would be?
What would it be?
A case of white monsters. That would be a good bit.
That would be a great bit.
And I
very
would
good
just
bit.
leave them in the bathroom throughout the entire night.
Would be very funny. That's a great bit, Matt.
Schaefer asks Austin if he's comfortable cutting the first slice of cake. How do you feel about cutting? the
are
first
you going to
slice
do
of-
cupcakes?
Have you practiced cutting cake? Cutting cake
You got
can
to
be tough.
practice cutting cake?
I don't know. I bought a
Yeah,
cake for the first time.
You
in a
don't want to
couple
cut
of
it and then
years.
suddenly you're handing out frosting instead of the cake part.
Oh, we're talking about like cutting? Oh, no. I'm not doing that. I'm not. I will.
What did you think the first question was? And
Well,
how
no, there's
we
like
got to the
there's
second
like
question?
there's
By
the
the way, that's-
ceremonial like cutting the cake, but not like the cutting the cake and handing it out. Usually, you just
Did
have
it-
like a different sheet cake for that.
Can you imagine that Austin had to work like in the back during his wedding?
That'd be
He had
great.
to be the sous chef.
I
to
actually-
do everybody's serving.
I did do that for a wedding, not for my friend, but for like an old family friend. He got married in I think like not Thurston, Nebraska. There's a Thedford. Yeah, he got married in Thedford.
I don't know what any of
and-
this stuff means.
That's Sandhills. So he got
Me
married
too.
in Thedford.
I just
doesn't
smile
sound like a real
when
place.
he starts
It sounds
talking
like
about
it's
Western Nebraska cities. I smile and
Yeah.
nod.
So there was two people in that town, right?
Yes, and so
And they have a great burger joint called like the Wolf's
No,
Den,
they
or
don't.
like the Cow's Poke, or
Wow.
the
The pig
pig
slop.
hammock or something
Oh,
like
wow.
that.
Big slop.
Yeah,
I do like that.
Bishop Slop. That's a great
that's in
restaurant.
John's place.
That's
Over
in
in
Lincoln.
Yeah,
That's in Lincoln.
Johnny's place. It's in the Panhandle.
It's in South Lincoln.
They
Yeah.
probably do have like a picture of John Bishop on the wall, like handshaking. somebody.
Probably like with that big ass smile and the goatee. They're like, yeah, that's not a horse scrap burger.
Voted 2025's best slop of the year.
Yeah,
Yes.
the best slop.
That's one of my favorite things to do is if you ever drive through North Platte, they have like voted best burger in town on the Runza drive-through sign every year. How does Runza keep winning it? I'm not like fighting Runza.
Where is this
but,
at?
like,
In Grand
in
Island?
North Platte.
That's gotta be embarrassing.
I don't trust
for
any
North
burger
Platte.
place in North Platte now.
That is
Well,
so embarrassing
that's
for
probably
North
fair.
Platte.
Doesn't
that
North
you-
Platte have the really nice steakhouse? Is that North Platte? Which place am I
I
thinking?
guess
of?
they don't have burgers.
North
You can
Platte.
order tequila at the Qdoba in North Platte.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a
That's why I
part of
like
the.
Agave and Lincoln. You can keep that.
Talking about Oli's.
No,
in Paxton.
is it the one that is? I think I'm talking about North Platte, where it is at a like a hotel, where it's attached to a hotel. Is that North Platte or is it somewhere else? It's somewhere in Western Nebraska.
That's a pro move for like on game day, like in Lincoln. You go to the bar for the first couple of drinks, then you hop over to Agave that's right across from there. You have a little burrito. You keep the buzz going because you can like drink margaritas there, and then you
Whoa.
go back to the bar.
Wow. You have it all game planned.
Dude, I miss game days.
To answer Schaefer's question, I do feel comfortable cutting the cake.
Good.
And if we were serving an entire cake in which I was cutting and serving, I would feel very
Are
confident.
you gonna
in
have a cake at this wedding, or are you gonna have a different type of
that.
dessert?
Great question.
I would obviously like I want to do cake, but Dr. Fiance she's got some harebrained ideas that are just nuts.
Like a
Whoa.
s'mores
Like
station?
I was like, you know what would be really cool?
Chocolate fountain.
I literally said
S'more station.
Yeah, we're gonna eat
It's so messy.
s'mores.
no, I said this is real conversations we're having.
Okay.
And again, remember, we don't even have a venue. So we're like getting into
And
details.
you've been to 11 places.
We will be to 11 places on Thursday. So
Gross.
we're like talking ideas of like things that like are not feasible right now because we don't even know what the layout will be. And she looks at me like a couple weeks ago and we're just, getting some, I think dinner like set up or whatever. And she just goes, it'd be a really good idea. We should do a cereal bar. And I go,
oh my gosh.
no, but see,
That's
me-
a great idea.
No, it's
no,
not.
Nick, you're
if
about,
a bunch
Nick,
of 12-year-olds are
Nick,
getting
like-
married,
you like
I
your Fruity
begged
Pebbles
Paige,
Nick,
I begged Paige
Nick,
for us to have a cereal bar.
Nick.
She shot it down every time.
Nick,
Good.
you got to wait for the end of this because being the loving future husband that I am, I go, okay, explain. And she goes, well, we both like cereal. I was like,
show your work, dear.
I was like, you only like cereal. You eat Honey Nut Cheerios every night. And anyway, so she's like, we'll just get a bunch of cereals and all that other stuff. And then she goes, and we could get a big pitcher of milk. And I said, no, we cannot have a big pitcher of milk on a counter when people have been drinking all night. That's an insane mixture to put in people's stomachs.
People be throwing it up everywhere.
Not only that, but could you imagine the farts on a dance floor? It's already bad enough.
If I'm there, it's already going to be terrible.
Matt
it's
McFarter.
Like you can't- I mean, there's going to be a lot of. Can you imagine putting Miller Lights and milk into my stomach? Can you imagine the concoctions that's going to come
Well,
out
you're
of my
assuming
ass?
he's
There
going to
will-
have Miller Lite at his wedding.
don't
there
have
will
them
never
shit-
be a Miller Lite at that wedding.
Yeah.
Whoa! There will not be a single Miller Lite.
You still want to go?
In fact, if there's one Miller Lite, you gotta go. You're not.
Yeah,
being
he's
What
going to
if-
be
what if-
sneaking
What
Miller
if
Lights
that's
in.
What if that's the bit? I sneak Miller Lite into the wedding.
I would approve that. That'd be very funny.
Odson, you're white. Here's a pitcher of milk.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, don't do that. So you nixed that.
I
would
said
say.
a dry cereal bar is great, including milk is insane.
I'm trying to remember the weddings that I've been to over the years that had the fun things like that. Schaefer's had a donut bar, if I remember right,
Would you
which
say-
was badass.
So the one I went to
and
in
Paisan
Denver-
showed up
What's
at
a-
the end of the night.
What's a donut bar entail?
It was just a bunch of donuts.
Is that really a bar though, or is it just a bunch of donuts?
I don't know, what
We
is a
usually have-
bar?
What's
Nick?
a bar? Is just a wooden stool that you kind of go
It's a
up
pop-up
to.
bar.
Yeah.
It's just a name. It's just a, you're overthinking.
the
But
wedding
also, like,
There were
we
donuts.
have this terrible, because also Dr. Fiance and I are the last of pretty much our friend groups to be engaged and soon to be married.
Good for you.
That
And then do you think there's going to be a recycle
No.
coming up pretty soon?
no, we're
Any
actually
divorces
that
happen yet?
actually would be hilarious. I
Right.
really because
Run it back.
Yep, I'll just.
Who gets the first, second
Are
wedding?
you trying
amongst
to
your friend
swoop
group?
in?
No,
yeah.
no. Who? No,
Why are
I'm,
you always hitting on my wife?
I'm not hitting on your wife.
Man, is this true?
No, it's not.
One of the last times he said, "Oh, so you're not taking care of her," and then you suggested that you
That's
could.
not true.
She should come home to
Okay,
a real
first
man.
Off, first off,
Check out
first
my
off,
takes.
I
I'm
did
from
not-
Chicago.
I did not.
Skokie.
It's okay for me to look at naked women, but you can't read about naked men.
That's what it was. It was smut.
Okay. So
It was a
I-
donut wall, says
Can I be
Schaefer, by the
honest
way.
with you?
Thank you,
that's
Schaefer.
I felt bad about that comment because I wasn't making it toward Austin. I was just making it toward what I would my insecure self would think about it.
You're laughing at Patrick.
Yeah. PC. The bride's off limit for swingers.
I was not hitting on anybody's wife.
Would
I
be-
was just stop. I was just asking
cut that?
Austin.
Could somebody cut that? I need that. Like, can that be his new intro for his show? So I need that.
I was not hitting on anybody's wife.
I
all right?
want to replace that exact line in the movie The Fugitive. And instead of him saying in the sewer, "I didn't kill my wife," I want him to say your line of, "I was not hitting on his
I
wife."
that's
wasn't.
good.
I wasn't. Okay.
With a waterfall in the background.
The comment
I
I
don't
made.
care.
I felt bad the last time you were here because I made that comment and it came off the wrong way, and I felt terrible about it. Okay, because it was a mean.
Then
thing
why'd you
to
wait until now to
insinuate.
apologize?
Yeah,
Well,
that was
because
kind
I
of
haven't
weird.
seen him.
Could
you
have
know?
texted him.
You could have texted him.
Yeah,
You could have called him.
Well,
And
he's
you
on
expect to go to
D&D,
his
so he
wedding?
couldn't.
Matt called me last night. I was washing dishes, and suddenly my
Oh.
phone was ringing.
He said, "You got many Miller Lights."
Can I hit on your wife?
He knows the answer to. He knows the answer to those
Have you
questions.
heard about the Bulls trade?
No, he was like,
Careful.
I heard the Bulls traded somebody.
They
Oh.
traded.
It was a book conversation. We were
traded.
talking about. He was like, I can't believe it. I was like, I know this is great.
What I was going to say though is that can you pick
I
a-
can't believe it.
can you pick a friend in your friend group that is most likely to have the second wedding, the first second wedding?
Ooh, the first second wedding in my friend group.
Yeah.
It's too soon. I can't. I want to put that out in the ether.
Yeah, don't.
I
say
love-
that.
I love
That's-
all
As
their
a
current
divorced
wives.
man myself, that's a bit of a harsh question.
Yeah, come on now.
It's
We
tough.
were making funny jokes.
Man, that's tough. That's a tough look.
It's life isn't a bit, okay, Matt?
Yeah,
It's
life.
not.
Wait,
It's
how am I
about-
getting?
this
how
is
am I
real
getting,
life.
how am I
Tighten
getting
up, dude.
shamed?
So you're
Seriously.
the end of the run of friends getting married.
Yeah,
Because
pretty much.
I'm in the world now where I got nobody except for like it's going to be coworkers
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
Or people that are way younger
So
than me.
We're in the middle of all of our
Yeah,
friends.
I wish I could be in that phase of going to coworkers' weddings.
Well, maybe if you talk to an actual human woman, then you.
If I wasn't worried about you hitting on everybody at the wedding, maybe.
Yeah,
you know what? I'm
and
just a
spitting
swinger
up
trying to
milk.
live my life.
Yeah, we know.
just a swinger.
If you would have worked here like a year earlier,
you could have been swinging for a full year.
I would have been invited. I would have. No, you had to be here like 2 years earlier. I would have
I'm
invited
kidding.
you.
Yeah, I would have invited you to mine if you were here for.
He didn't even
longer.
come to my reception.
I was my mom's birthday.
I was it.
My mom has a birthday every year.
Yeah, bang.
I don't get married every year.
Mm.
Don't make the joke.
We only have so many. We only have so
Only
many
two. I beat you
birthdays
to
with
it.
our
Only
parents,
2 years.
Josh.
Yeah, beat you to it.
Hey, it's better. Getting married twice is better than never not getting married, which is currently where I'm at.
Bad take.
I'd rather get married twice than not get married at
Wow,
all.
way to
Wow,
be.
so that's you're talking about. I'd rather. What is it? The love.
It's better
lost?
to have loved than lost than to have never loved at all.
That's what you're talking about.
That's a beautiful way of putting it.
Yeah,
I just
it
want
really-
Miller Lights.
it's something you can apply to a fandom.
Although there's not going to be any Miller Light at my wedding either. for the
Awesome.
record.
Hey, you know what? I think my wedding we just have to have only Miller Lights.
Mm.
A Miller Light bar.
That's just a bar.
That's- yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, it literally is just a bar.
Tough.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't
See,
know.
my
I don't know
eyes
if I'll be
light
able to surpass Schaefer, that's a high standard from Schaefer.
What?
The donut wall?
The donut wall and
it was
Pisons
awesome.
at the end of the night.
So
That's
yeah,
tough.
he had donuts, he had Pisons. If I remember right, it was an open bar, had many a beverage.
I bet the Schaefer wedding is has got to be the easiest wedding to be awesome.
Yeah, and see
like
that's
that's just a good group.
Only problem was we had a crazy storm in Omaha the day before that knocked down like a lot of trees. Power was out. There'd been a little bit of flooding, and so the air conditioner at his wedding, it was working but not very well. And the funniest part is
that the one a couple years ago
in 2021.
Oh, okay.
And so the funniest part, your coworker, Damon Benning, was there in a full zip sweatshirt type situation.
Yes.
I don't know how he didn't die of heat stroke.
He loves long sleeves.
Yeah, and it was hot. I mean, nobody was wearing coats, as early as possible in the wedding. Also, ended up sitting at the table talking to Severe like a half hour about food in New Orleans. And he just showed Riss and I his various, here's where I would go if I went to New Orleans.
Loves list of food.
I love
List of food.
Yeah.
List of food.
Yeah, it was a list of food.
Schaefer writes, Matt
Schaefer.
really wants to be married for a teenager.
I'm going on a date tonight. So.
Whoa!
Didn't we talk about this yesterday?
Is this a third person?
No, this is the second person.
Second person.
Okay.
Second person.
A second person has hit the date.
Has hit the McMaster.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know where you're going?
Nope.
This is so wild.
Going out for drinks.
Just drinks. In your neck of the woods?
Yeah.
Okay.
Smart.
I was trying to think
Smart.
of a place to go.
I don't want to go to that.
Make her come to you.
What kind of vibe are you looking for?
Probably a similar vibe than the first place you sent me to, but it's not the first place.
Are you going Italian?
No, I wish I did it. What I would do to have a chicken parm tonight.
Oh.
So
why don't
this week?
Yeah, why don't you just do
Why
that?
don't you just go to an Italian place?
I
and order
did
the
that
chicken
date
parm?
where you make something for the girl.
Really?
I did a chopped date. A chopped
That means
themed
something
I believe we
different
call that
these
a
days.
Dexter.
Yeah.
No.
End the show. End the show.
Happy New Year.
That was beautiful.
Happy
End
New
the
Year.
show.
I had her
End the
buy
show.
a bunch of different ingredients, and I
I
made
thought you were
food.
going to say I had her buy a.
You
That's
bought
the
a
crossover.
So what it is you
Happy
bought a
New
bunch
Year.
of ingredients and you made her make you food.
Awesome. Good job by you.
Happy New Year,
Matt, great to see you. Have a great date tonight.
Thank you.
All right,
Chicken parm for all.
that was a crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete
And Miller
Repair
Lite.
in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Austin Jacobson is here. We're going to talk about sports and probably John Harbaugh
And apparently Robert Kraft.
Oh, I didn't bring up Matt Nagy.
and apparently Robert Kraft.
Yeah.
All right, we'll talk about Robert Kraft next on 1620 The Zone. Where did you go the first time?
Mercury.
Oh, yeah.
Weather from KETV Newswatch 7 is brought to you on 1620 The Zone by Certified Transmission.
KOCN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Austin Jacobson
Yeah.
in the building.
Yes.
What will we talk about today?
Robert Kraft.
Robert Kraft. JFK Jr. maybe
Yep.
a little
old
bit more.
white guys.
It's time for the old white guy show.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Now, if Matt leaves a cap, does that count?
You know, in Fallout, that is currency.
Does that count?
Are you watching Fallout?
Not plastic caps though.
No.
They have to be bottle caps.
That is
Is it
bottle
any-
caps,
is it any
correct.
good?
I
Is it as
like
good
it.
as the other video game show?
What's the other? Last of Us? Is that the one
Last
you're
of
talking
Us. I didn't
It-
like season 2
They're,
very
Fallout-
much.
they're nowhere close to the same show.
Fallout-
Fallout is much more whimsical.
Fallout is really good because they didn't try to adapt a story from one of the specific video games. It's
True.
just a story that takes place within the world.
And I
And they
don't
do a really good job of
maybe
it.
you can answer this better, Nick, but I don't feel like you had to have like played the games or know
No.
what happened in the games to
Not at
enjoy
all.
the show.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I didn't play the other one.
You get to see Walter Goggins.
Walton.
Walton Goggins.
is it Walton?
Really?
Goggins.
Wow, good
Yeah.
for him.
Look at that, a little Nick fact
Do you-
to start the show as a treat.
Do you think that he'll change it to Walmart Goggins here soon?
What's that joke?
He's sponsored by Walmart.
He's a Walmart
He's a big
spokesperson.
Walmart guy.
Is he?
Yeah. Goggins has never been hotter though. Right now, he's like
He's
like
a
cruising.
commodity.
Yeah.
You know what we're watching? I'm rewatching. She's never seen it before. Vice Principals. Did you ever watch Vice Principals?
No, this is not on my
I've
radar.
never heard of it.
So it's a Danny McBride show it was on HBO about a decade ago. Walton Goggins is in it. That was their first show together.
really?
And
Wow.
Judy from whatchamacallit was on it. Like
Really?
a lot of people that you will recognize are on the show. We actually brought on
This show
Remember-
looks incredible.
it's very funny. Do you remember, Austin, the guy who was in the Dr. Pepper commercials that's from Nebraska? Do you remember that guy, the actor? He was on like them during like the first year of the college football playoff. So this would have been like a little over a decade ago.
Was it Fansville still then, or which ones are we talking
Yeah,
about?
I
here?
don't think it was Fansville yet. It was something else. It was, gosh, what was that guy's name? Actor. Vice
The
It's
President.
gonna be
actor?
impossible to find out.
Yeah, I think my Googling skills are pretty solid. Let's see if I can figure it out.
Oh, James Conner,
Boom. From Omaha, Nebraska.
Larry Culpepper. That's who
Larry
it was.
Culpepper.
Yes,
Thank
I
you,
do remember
Jordan.
this, yes,
We had him on the Grum.
that's awesome.
I don't remember if it was to talk about, I don't think we were allowed to ask him questions in character or vice versa.
Yeah.
He either was the Culpepper guy or he was himself, and he was like, I'm not allowed to talk about Dr. Pepper. We're like,
Yeah,
this is really strange. But I remember asking him about Vice Principals, and I was like, man, I love Vice Principals. And he's like, yep, it's pretty fun. I was like, cool, thank you.
You know what else is really fun? The cool, crisp 23 flavors of Dr. Pepper.
Oh, man.
that actually would be a great bit if you're that guy, and no matter what they ask you, you always have to swing it into Dr. Pepper at the end of it.
Be pretty good. Be
Like,
pretty
how
good.
do you feel about the Husker season coming up? Well, there's 23 different options that it could go.
Much like Dr. Pepper, which is made with 23 ingredients. Hot take. That's why Dr. Pepper sucks. Too many ingredients.
Whoa.
Have you ever thought about
Whoa,
that?
Are you
There are
anti-DP?
There are too many flavors in Dr. Pepper. I need it like 10 fewer flavors.
That doesn't make any sense.
There's too many.
Is
There's
that,
And
wait,
also-
wait, is this the root of why you hate KFC? Is that too many herbs and spices for
There
you?
But
might
also,
be too many
that
herbs
doesn't
and
make
spices.
sense. I've never understood that thing from Dr. Pepper where there's 23 unique flavors. Wouldn't it just Dr. Pepper is a flavor, correct?
I think
Like,
it's 23 asterisk, like technically 23 flavors.
but I can't taste 23 things. I just taste Dr. Pepper, right? I can't taste like
So is it 23 things or just one
I
thing?
think it's just one thing.
It's
gotta-
like a team. The team is not 11 men on a football field. They're
Whoa.
a team. That's Dr. Pepper.
Yeah.
But how many assistant coaches?
Yeah,
That's
wow.
the question people
Maybe-
ask.
Excellent question.
Maybe Dr. Pepper's like whiskey, where like you get a little sip of whiskey, then you get a little sip of water, then
Yeah.
you swish it around to try to break down all the components.
There probably are some like barrel-aged weirdos out there that are probably trying to use like Dr. Pepper. This is an 80-year-old DP I've just been holding on to for some time.
I remember when I was a big rum and Coke guy, and I got my first bottle of fancy rum. So it was like, for me, it was
Sailor
like
Jerry's?
Yeah.
$60 or $70 bottle. And I was like, I'm going to have this with Coke. And they were like, this isn't the type of rum that you do that with. And I
Yes.
said, so then I tried it plain and I was like, this is weird. I
Yep.
want to mix it with Coke. So I did.
Yep.
But now I'm an adult and I'm cultured.
My first
Now you mix scotch with Coke.
Exactly. Yeah. Like
My-
a real adult.
My first college internship was running the social media brand. This was a big deal back in the day
Oh, I
for
bet.
the Cunningham's Journal bar in Kearney. Bang. And I got 50% off food and drink. So I turned 21 that summer. It was the best. I was drinking like Grey Goose Red Bull vodkas and they were like $4. It was incredible. And then I had this like highfalutin lifestyle. And then when that internship ended and I would go back to Cunningham's, they wouldn't give me my discount anymore.
What?
And I would be like, wow, this is expensive.
Yeah.
Drinking is a much different lifestyle than I
Dude,
thought it was.
And then you go back to when, not to be old guy, but man, back when I was in college, drinks were so cheap.
Oh, yeah.
Holy crap.
Mhm.
Those days are long gone. You know what days are not long gone though, Nick?
Crumb down?
The Grum Down days.
Nice.
Now, oh, rats, I forgot to do the thing.
You did a John.
I was literally like, I had it ready and then I forgot to do it.
Rip.
Austin's here. Now, look, there's a little extra space in the bottom right corner,
Why is that?
which things changed. So I was able to type an even longer sentence. But let's get to the Grum Down brought to you by me because I made this.
Good job.
Austin is here
I am.
and it is a day with a bit.
We love bits.
Also, John Riggins is on NFL Network right now with an old jersey behind him.
Why?
Hey, look, remember when I played football in the 80s? Cool.
That had to have been a special request on his part. Hey, I brought my jersey. Do we have a way to put it behind me?
And
Yeah,
it's interesting.
John Riggins has some of the coolest highlight films though, because they always play that train behind him.
And there's the run where he's running straight, and it's just like the camera's right on his face. Also, 38 carries for 166 yards. Pretty bad efficiency. That's only 4.4 yards per carry.
Yeah.
Good job by you, though, John.
Wow,
Come
are
on.
you judging him off of 2026 standards?
No, I'm judging him off of standards.
Standards have standards.
Yogurt has blessed us with milky takes. Give us your milk, Mr.
Oh,
Yogurt.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, Troy
cereal
did.
bar.
Yeah. Back to the wedding we
did
go.
not get that.
There you go. Do yogurt instead of milk.
We are a big Greek yogurt fam, so that
Mhm.
would be huge to just get everyone yoked up on protein.
Have I told you guys that my wife, she makes yogurt?
Oh, she'd
What
be
is-
churning.
Is it because you give it to Mr. Banks on his licky mat?
That's exactly why. Yes, it's way
No,
cheaper.
you don't have a licky mat?
Yeah, what
Don't
you
be
got?
weird.
Yeah, it's for a dog.
Everyone has a
Austin, you-
licky mat.
You
No, I
freak.
get it. I get it.
So yeah, she made it last night overnight, and then it does the yogurt thing.
It's
I
gotta
don't know.
smell brazy though.
No, it
Smell
does because
brazy?
it's in a pot. It's in a
a puddle?
pot. No, a pot thing. What are those pots called? The ones with the lids on
A
them.
jar.
No, a jar. It's the Instapot type situation that
Oh.
people do rice in.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, that's
a
what we
rice
use.
cooker.
Yeah, basically we use that to make yogurt.
But it's not called a yogurt cooker.
Damn it. Anyway, we'll talk about what he had to say. We'll do that in our next segment. Back to the special teams drawing board. Look, I know that everyone thinks I'm a hater and I'm a jerk and I want Nebraska to fail. I don't.
You just try to sell negativity. You should try to sell positivity, Josh.
I should, but I will admit to the positive boy laughing when I saw that Nebraska lost one of their special teams coaches to go to high school. I laughed a little bit. I'm sorry.
It's
Well,
pretty fun.
Why don't you turn it into positive and say, look at all these former head coaches Matt Rule had on staff?
Boom. Excellent job by you. That is a great spin zone, Austin.
You're welcome.
Nebraska lost a coach to become a head coach.
Yep,
Just
that's
don't
right.
say where it was.
I'm in the Matt Rule coaching tree.
Exactly.
Oh, it's a great Schick and Nick bit. Be like, oh, we lost a head coach to be the head coach at Liberty. Oh, university? No.
Yeah. Liza's? No. That is a good bit. You should tweet that at him.
Oh, I should.
Yeah, maybe get a little retweet action.
Whoa, that would be huge.
Are they doing the pod this week?
I sure hope it's not a Kathy.
They've had so many Cathys lately. Let's see. Michael Bruns joins us.
I love Bruns.
Is he excited for the Super Bowl? No one's excited for the Super Bowl. Everyone's like, this sucks.
Yeah, Severe was big angry about that.
Dude, he is triggered.
So
Yeah.
they moved the rocket launch again, so I don't even have that to look forward to.
The rocket launch?
Yeah, we're going to the moon.
Oh.
You could watch
I
that.
thought that was the Turning Point USA halftime show that was taking us to the moon.
Yeah, you beat me to the joke. I was going to say you could watch the Turning Point USA halftime show, Nick. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
Do you know what's really sad
Is it
about
because they don't want Bad Bunny for
There you go.
completely normal, not racist reasons?
Do you know what's the actual saddest part about the Turning Point USA halftime show? Is that
I would love to know what's the saddest part.
the very first concert I ever went to was at Kid Rock with a opening by Brantley Gilbert. And so it's just kind of like reflection for me. And I saw it in North Platte, the most Republican town in America.
I don't know who the second person is, but the rest of that track.
Country.
Let's see. More on the Nebraska football vibes. You know, I sent out that tweet yesterday.
You called Nebraska football morons?
No, Nick, more on.
Nice. Good one, Nick.
Yeah. I sent out that tweet yesterday, and I woke up to many more responses. And then I also muted some people. So that was fun too.
Honestly one of the best tweets that I've ever seen that got basically no traction on like likes or retweets, but just had like literal hundreds of comments. So
many responses.
Yeah, many responses.
Yeah. So we'll talk about some of that. Super Bowl quarterbacks. I stumbled upon something today when I was putting together content. When Nick was putting together content, he told me about this thing that he stumbled upon. And I was like, wow, that's a good content question. And then I thought, but could it be more? So we are building a segment out of it.
I'm very excited about it.
It's good. We're going to go down memory lane together.
Nice.
I laughed very hard at the thing that I saw first, and off we go. Let's see. Super hot take market. It's a Tuesday.
You already blew your hot take in the crossway.
Yeah, what was the wad that you blew earlier?
What was I saying?
Is it a wedding hot take?
Cereal bar thing? Or
Did I even get to it? I don't think I even got to it. Dang, I don't even remember.
All right, well,
maybe I can re-up it.
Hopefully you wrote it down. Also, Steve Sipple, he blew up the internet on your show,
which I missed,
and you didn't even know.
I didn't realize this.
Maybe I was like, man, how about Sipple's comment on your show last week? And you're like, what? What did he say?
Yeah,
I was like, it was. Somebody sent me a 3-minute video. So I was like, oh, wow, you pay for the check mark.
I'll have to go.
How you do the 3-minute videos.
I'll have to go back and find it.
Do you, Austin, you are someone of the internet. By the way, that was the
Thank you.
down.
Yes.
You are
3.5.
3.5.
3.5 is a line of topics.
Okay, just 3.5. Interesting. John writes, I'll call Rule a moron, Nick. So here, you are of the internet.
Yes.
You do videos and things.
Mm-hmm.
How many heebie-jeebies do you get when you see a video tweeted out and then it ends with the person swiping the phone down so they can turn off their screen recording? On a scale of 1 to 10, where would you fall?
As someone who's been caught doing that to post for the brand page, it's horrifying.
It is terrifying.
Yeah, it's one of those that
just edit it out. Just edit. Just a little edit.
And it literally takes like half of a second to edit to do. And that's the most frustrating part about it too.
That's always bugged me is that because it's very easy to edit, or they'll take a screenshot of a picture that they saw on Twitter or something instead of just saving the picture.
Nick,
you mean Karen McGee yesterday tweeting out the video of
TV?
It's a Gen Z
it's
thing for sure.
TV.
Because they're too lazy to just edit.
Okay, and you know who are Gen Z's parents? Gen Xers.
Oh,
don't blame millennials.
That
because here's what happens.
I mean, some Gen Z have millennials.
I have Gen X family members that will do that. They will take a screenshot of a photo and send it to the family group chat. I guess I just told on it that it's a family member. And I always think, why didn't you just save the photo? The other thing too, if you're going to tweet out a video, you do a screen recording. Edit out the black bars on the side.
Let's easy.
Very easy.
We can be better.
And you know what? Keep it horizontal. Why make the video vertical? There's no reason for that.
Keep it horizontal. Gosh, I love horizontal videos. No, I like horizontal.
We like horizontal.
Yeah, I was
See,
like horizon, like the sun.
You guys even had to check yourselves on that. You didn't even know what you like.
Well, you said it, and I was like, wait, a Gen Z agreed with me on video format?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about JPEGs?
More of a PNG guy.
All right. I do like the PNG. Sad Husker fan writes, I hate videos that are in mirror image. Who does that?
Ugh.
Gross. That has to be an accident.
On what?
Like,
is mine in? Who said that?
No, you're fine. You're normal. I don't know how anyone would record a video in mirror.
Oh, I hate videos that are in mirror image. Oh, what does that mean?
I don't even know. So that's mirrored.
That's weird.
It's backwards. I don't know how it's possible, though.
Hold on.
Sad Husker fan, could you send us an email?
I think this is... Oh, my camera's mirrored right now.
No, you're not. See,
you're fine.
Look, you're
fine.
normal.
You're
it's
very
mirrored
normal.
on your StreamYard settings.
Oh, okay.
You gotta go. Wow.
I was like, wow. I thought that was a personal attack.
The master teaching the apprentice.
Thank you. Yeah, you've been brazy all day.
Yeah.
At LL Hank and YouTube also adds Austin Sig was that he shouldn't have to feed people at his wedding. I still stand on that. That is true.
But you will because you're a good person.
No, because I don't
That's
want
how society
to. That's
works.
the thing. Do you know how much more money I could have to invite more people to drink with me if I didn't have to feed them? So many more.
Eric writes, born in February of 97. I don't identify as Gen Z.
Eric, I have bad news for you.
Yeah, you it's the year you were born.
You are Gen Z.
Yeah.
You can't stop.
Thanks for breaking that news to him.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I was born in May of 97. I'm Gen Z.
Wow, you're older than me.
I am.
Hit us up, 402-951-1620. That is the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. You can text us. You can call us. You can. I mean, those are the only ways to get in touch with us on a phone. What's up?
Oh, just the first comment.
I know. Yeah. Comment away. There's some news about our little company, and many people I see have theories that are probably all wrong.
Yes.
But if you want to chime in with one of your theories, let us know in the YouTube comment section.
It's me. I'm buying it.
We would love to hear from. No, we know who the buyer is. We met him yesterday.
I know. Yeah. This guy.
It's Austin Jacobson. Congratulations. This is our new boss. Our
Oh.
24-year-old boss.
Listen, as the director of video,
Sick.
if you make me do things vertical, I will quit.
Interesting. So you can give us a ring-a-ding there. You can also hit us up into the Equitable Bank inbox. Josh at 1620thezone.com, Nick at 1620thezone.com, or Austin's personal email address at something.com.
My DMs are open. You can tweet at me at Austin2Jacobson.
Gosh, DMs being open. Gross.
So that way people can hit me up, like Mike Schaefer, who gave me another wedding venue to go look at.
Producer, okay, Josh, you haven't been a producer in quite a long time, so let me
What
tell
does
you.
that have to do with anything?
Producers need to have open DMs.
No, they don't.
Sometimes we need to reach out to somebody.
Yeah, you know what you do? You follow them, and then they can DM you.
Not always.
Yes, they can.
Yeah, people don't really follow me back.
If you follow somebody and you want them to reach out to you, you say, can you DM? Like, they can DM you once you follow them. That's how it works. It's just not the other way. You can't DM someone if they don't follow you.
I don't want to be thirsty, though, and like be tweeting at them and just be like, oh, please come on my show, please.
Yeah, I don't.
Please.
I would never have open DMs. If you want to reach out to me, put it on the main timeline like a normal person.
See, that was the joke I was making. Yeah, I think that sounds very thirsty when you go out into the open world.
It is
Keep
a little,
everything.
It is a little
backstream.
thirsty.
Do you know how annoying?
I want them encrypted.
I'm not trying to I'm not trying to rip on anybody, but I don't care about your thoughts on things. I just don't need your thoughts. You can write an email. There's something about a DM that just feels so much more invasive than like an email.
Didn't you post a tweet yesterday openly asking for people's opinions on things?
I love that. I ask for opinions. I just
but you don't want them messaging.
He
you.
doesn't want
Okay,
unsolicited
gotcha.
I don't want to be watching a Husker game and somebody DMs me like, "Oh man, the offensive line today."
Yeah, okay.
Leave me alone.
Good point. Good point.
Tweet it
That's
at
fair.
me.
Yeah.
You know, I'm fine with that. Again, it's just it feels a little bit more invasive.
Not in the same way, but every once in a while I go through like my message requests like on Twitter just to see like what's going on in there. And I had one from the high school football championships and someone tweeted at me or DM'd me and said like Wahoo minus 34.5. And I was like, what is this for?
Yeah,
like, why are you sending this to me?
Yeah. J-Man writes, 1019 Studio should be opening up. Time for the studio move. If we were doing power rankings of the best to worst studio in the building, that's not the worst, but it is.
It's not great.
It sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, thank you.
When back when I was on 1019 The Keg, it was hard because it's so close to Dodge and just the way the windows are. I'd be doing my show and you just hear honk honk in the background.
It's pretty terrible. It's very tiny. That's if you go watch the famed Josh Peterson, Ravi Lula, Big Red Overreaction, where our StreamYard videos were backwards, and so we looked like we were looking away the entire time. I had an oopsies. That is in that studio. That studio, terrible.
Very funny.
Mustache Adam says the lesson is call Josh, don't DM him.
Right.
See, you know what though? Mustache Adam, someone who I've DM'd with before. I'm happy to DM with.
Mustache
again.
Adam's awesome.
Mustache
I've met him
Adam is a
before.
good person.
at the
That
Zoo.
is one of the nicer parts too, because like I get the crossover of the, the fans of 1620 and also the fans of my employer and stuff too, that they'll message me like on that. And it is quite unique when you get like someone that you kind of know from like YouTube chats or from the show that you're hosting and whatever. You get to message with them a couple of times. Like it's kind of nice.
I love
it's a
hearing
unique
from our
relationship.
listeners
Yeah.
in email, just not in DMs. And then Charles says, do you still have the Coil studio? So again, power rankings, I would say that is the second worst studio that we have in the building.
It's not great.
It is, the issue is there are these speakers in there and you can turn all of the volume all the way off on everything. And yet you will still hear the radio. Don't know how, but it life finds a way. Radio on Coil
Great
finds a
reference.
way.
Very
Thank
good
you.
reference.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Did you see the commercial
for
the Super Bowl? Jurassic Park Super Bowl?
No, I don't watch commercials before the Super
Okay,
Bowl.
good.
Yeah, I don't want to be spoiled.
I
That's
like
why I
treating
asked.
it like it's 1998.
I
still.
saw an article about the commercial and I said,
That
this
is
is why
slop.
are you doing this?
That is
Stop
sloppy.
that.
That is sloppy con.
I agree.
AKA sloppy content.
I'd go to SloppyCon.
Charles writes, best bigger overreaction in history. Ravi brought Popeyes, which all the great shows have Popeyes. And we said it is official. Nebraska needs to fire Scott Frost.
Wow.
Actually, I think we
Did
said
you held hands and said it together
You know
in
what?
unison as you looked away from each
Jumping
other?
off the cliff.
Hey, Ravi, good
Aim
take.
for the bushes.
You know what? I actually think, because I had already said by that point in the season they needed to fire him. I think that we said it's obvious they will now fire Scott Frost. And there was chatter that weekend. I had some pretty good sources that were at his being Trev Alberts' daughter's wedding.
Yes, that's right.
And was like, yeah, Trev is like not here right now. He disappeared. And I was like, he's making the move. And then they lost to Ohio State the next week, and he was like, we're bringing him back for another year. Sad. All right, those are the ways to get in touch with us.
That's what weddings do.
Charles says, peak Josh Rage in that studio. Okay, my bad. I misunderstood. That is when we did it in Coyle, and that's when we had Laffy Taffy Connor, who, do you have his laugh in the system still? Oh my gosh. Oh, triggered. I was so mad. And meanwhile, Handley's like, what is happening? I'm just yelling all the time.
It's such a gross laugh.
It is. Hey, I murdered somebody. That's what's his name out. What were the Western Nebraska murders in the 50s?
Buffalo Bill?
No, Charles, whatever. Starkweather.
No.
Hey, Charles. Yep, that's what he did. And then what's her name's living in Michigan.
You want to know how I got these scars?
Yeah, exactly. All right. I was going to go through all the ways in which to get in touch with us, but I already did that. So, find us on the Twitter feed as well. Just don't DM us. All right. Austin's here. Let's get to some sports, shall we?
Let's.
We've promised sports for the folks.
So we'll start with Robert Kraft.
We get to that Robert Kraft thing next.
Hell yeah, we will.
On 1620 The Zone.
With UBT, you've got total control over your money. Like Doug, who runs his game day tailgate like a well-oiled machine.
I got burgers, brats, chicken, dogs, plus all the fixins. And with the UBT Go app, I can track my food spending from anywhere.
Pro move.
They don't call me Grill Sergeant for nothing.
No matter your goals, UBT helps you feel good about reaching them. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. EquitableOnline.com.
You want the vibe of a drink, that warm, smooth little kick, but you also want to wake up tomorrow as a functioning adult. That's where RK comes in. ARKAY, Zero Proof. It's the world's first zero proof spirits brand. They've created the warm molecule. So it's a patented way to give you that familiar warmth and dopamine-driven feel-good moment you expect from a drink without a single drop of alcohol. For 14 years, they perfected more than 28 alcohol-free spirits, all 0 calories, 0 sugar, and 0 regrets. No hangovers, no bad decisions. It's the perfect time to enjoy the same flavors and traditions while staying true to what matters most, feeling good and living a full life. Whether you're hosting, toasting, or cheering on your favorite team, RK Zero Proof lets you celebrate without compromise. Join the revolution at rkzeroproof.com, rkzeroproof.com.
Josh Peterson, Austin Jacobson of Herd at Sports.
Just so happy to be here. Thanks for giving me the opportunity.
We're happy to have you here, Austin.
Thanks.
You speak, you say words, and you laugh.
Can you believe I was wearing shorts earlier? I changed into sweats because I felt like I would be ridiculed for the shorts.
No, I mean, it's a little chilly out for me to wear shorts, but, you know, I don't hate it.
No, you were the kid who wore shorts at the bus stop. I get it.
Don't hate the player, hate the game. I feel like that's every kid. Every generation looks back at the previous generation and says, what's up with them wearing shorts all the time?
Yeah.
I feel like my generation was that way at one point in time, too.
Yeah.
I used to wear hoodies to school in August because it was so cold in there.
Yeah.
I'm not going to hate. A couple texts to get to before we dive into some sports topics, shall we, Austin? Shall we try some of those? Sean writes, didn't Nick have an awkward DM to Bart once? No, he just tweeted at him. Hey, are you down?
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You got to avoid those.
Yeah.
I have some of those like lingering like in old tweets and stuff when I was at the student radio station at UNK. And I have, hey, you know, Kevin Kugler, you want to come on KLPR? He never responded.
Yeah. Tough. I could text him and ask him to go back in time and
that'd
see
be really
cool.
cool.
On your show.
You should.
I could text him too. He responds to me sometimes.
Hey, Kevin, can you go back to 2019 and your notifications?
There you go. Maybe he'll find the tweet. I should go find the tweet and retweet it. Like, hey, did he ever respond? John writes, it would be awesome if you two got to some sports. Matt had a lot of NBA talk again today, and that is definitely not a sport.
What's funny is I woke up this morning and I was at work when you texted me, but I had the thought that I was like, man, I really hope Josh isn't going to ask me a whole lot of NBA questions because I was like, I don't know how many minutes of NBA I've watched so far this year.
I would never. Now, I think I might try to build that into the next time that you fill in, which is in a week. I would never do that. I try to be with a fill-in as good of a point guard as possible. I want to talk about the things that I know they are as comfortable with.
Yes.
And so that's why we're going to talk a lot about UNK today.
Whoa.
Yeah.
We love the Lopers.
And
You want to talk to Ryan Held?
Western Nebraska. Ryan Held.
Yeah.
He followed me on Twitter once.
Yeah.
I didn't follow him back. And then he unfollowed me.
Oh, no.
All right, let's talk about Troy. Don't call me Yogurt Dannon. Sorry, that's what we're going to call you. He spoke last night. And if you're a Hoops fan, I have to imagine that you're liking what you're hearing. Nick, one of the conversations, I don't know why I'm talking to you about this. Austin, one of the conversations has long been like, man, they're doing all this with basically no money.
Yeah.
They have nothing applied to their program, whether it's NIL and certainly in the rev share era. He talked about the rev sharing pool, the corporate NIL deals, and he said, he being Dannon, that he expects to have a lot of players who will be in demand. He writes, or says rather, that's what happens when you win. And then you also want to build around them with more talent. He talked about Price Sanford. He talked about Braden Frager. And he said that the program, Husker Hoops, will get a significant percentage increase of the rev share dollars. I don't know, like entry point, I guess, into discussing this is, don't think anybody should be too surprised by this, right? The rev share number is going to go up, first of all, so, right? That is going to happen. And, you know, we'll see exactly what this looks like. The way in which, and this kind of will lead into later on us talking about football, the way in which these two programs, these two being basketball, men's basketball and football, are being discussed right now, I find very interesting because I see a lot of this. Like, they need to cut the football stuff way down and they need to apply it towards the basketball. They're never going to do that.
Yeah.
But I do wonder, like, what this looks like now for the programs and how they want to dole some of that money out.
Well, it's also a two-part question because it comes with the football knowledge, because football in itself is unique. One, because you have so many more people that you have to pay, right? Like there's so many more athletes.
Oh yeah, a lot more mouths.
I think people forget that part of it, and that's why like the salary cap-esque of it is, so if you pay this player a certain percentage of the percentage of money that you are given from the total university, you might be screwed because then everybody else needs a mouth to feed and so on and so forth. In basketball, I thought it was very interesting right at the beginning when this came out, and you kind of read the articles and you see the initial response that everyone was going, well, this is what we've been begging for years, and it finally took a good season to do it. That's not what this is about. I don't think it's necessarily rewarding Nebraska basketball, the program, for having such a good start to their year and being such a significant program for this season that they're saying, hey, here's more dollars. Please keep it going. Because you would actually think it's the inverse, right? That if you're not performing well, you should be putting money to then grow the program and get it to be better.
It's a good viewpoint, yeah.
But on that same note, you are going to have to start competing. And if you want guys like Price Sanford, and if you want guys like Braden Frager, and I'll add this, maybe not those guys specifically, maybe caricatures of those guys, right? So a Price Sanford-like player that wants to transfer into Nebraska, maybe had great recruitment and communication through Hoiberg, through high school, chose somewhere else, maybe wants to open up that portal door and come to Nebraska. Maybe you do have to give them a little bit more to convince them to come in. I don't know that that's necessarily the case, but to retain your top talent, as is the case in all sports, you probably have to pay them a little bit more.
Yeah, Fight says, how much of our players will be in high demand is reality and how much is a high-pressure sales tactic for NIL donations? It's interesting. Those two players are certainly the two that I think everyone is bringing up right now for a variety of reasons. One, like Frager's a freshman. And
I think also there's a part of this too with like the Frager conversation. I could be completely off base, but there was a lot of belief in Frager in Lincoln. There wasn't a whole lot of belief in Frager outside of kind of the walls. And also, you are from Lincoln, you get a little bit of that bump too. You get a little bit more of that local NIL when it comes to that too.
Like the true kind of old school,
the Jeff Sims Amigos meal.
Exactly. Like the stuff that we thought it was going to be, I feel like that could be funneled directly into his pockets more than maybe any player on the entire roster.
But then you also have to remember too that when he was kind of getting recruited, and yes, he obviously had some like national offers and such, but like there was a little bit of questioning from maybe some outside people as to why Nebraska would take someone from Lincoln Southwest to join their program. It's obviously
he wasn't even didn't people say he wasn't even like the best player on that team?
No.
Yeah.
Yes. I said that. I said that at the time. So yes, and I've said that on the show before, but obviously
I think other people have too. It's not I wasn't trying to crap on you or anybody else. It's more, this is insane. Like what he is doing now. I remember at the beginning of the season, when he started performing well, whether it was I don't have his numbers in front of me, so I don't know exactly if he had a great game against BYU or in any of those others, but I'm upfront about this. I don't watch any of the games on BTN Plus because I don't have BTN Plus. So it's all like this kind of not even word of mouth, but like, wow, people are tweeting about this Frager guy.
Yep.
I can't wait to see what he looks like. And there was still this like, but it's against nobody. Exactly. Like, what's going to happen? And now he gets injured in a basketball game and it's like, the next 2 weeks are toast because Braden Frager is out. And like, imagine saying that to yourself in October, 4 months ago, 5 months ago. You wouldn't have believed it.
And I think there's that part of it too, that the way that Hoiberg has specifically built this year's roster, you bring back a guy in Jamarcus Lawrence that loved his time in Lincoln. He's back. Are you really going to have to pay that guy outwardly to say like, hey, we really need someone to come back? Like, you are obviously going to, that's the way college sports is now. Those guys are going to get paid in some sort of dollar sense. But this notion that Nebraska basketball has to continue to outpay for their talent, I don't think is necessarily the case, because that's just not what this version of Hoiberg's best team at Nebraska, and the best team Nebraska basketball has had ever so far through 22 games, has done at all.
So to go back to the question from Dave, how much of this is our players will be in high demand versus how much of it is a high pressure sales tactic? You think it's more of the latter? Like,
I think
let's get some money into the program. Let's like infuse this program with some actual cash.
I think so. I think it's more of that ploy than it is maybe necessarily of saying, listen, if we don't put NIL dollars into it, every single player from the most historic season ever is going to leave and no one will ever come back. I don't think that that's the case.
Yeah, for sure. It is, and we'll have Sipple on. I know one of the things that he has talked about over the years is the expectations for Nebraska men's basketball being like insanely low, to the point where, I mean, I don't want to put words in his mouth. It very much frustrated him. I think that's pretty obvious reading his columns and talking to him over the years, that it was like, it bothered him, that it was like, why don't you hold this program to any sort of a standard? And lately, I would say it's not that he like lowered or he changed that viewpoint, but it was more, he started recognizing, and I think a lot of people have started recognizing, wow, they just don't put any money into this thing like other programs do. And yet they're now having this once in a generation, if not an all-time season, right? I mean, if they get a tournament win, it's literally an all-time season that we've never seen from them before. And you wonder what that means for the next step, because this is coming at a time where football is, there's just so much frustration with it and so much, I mean, anger, yes, but like pessimism, and kind of people are flummoxed of like, why do you care so much and you put so much money into it and you never are able to do the thing we want to do, right? And then basketball comes along and it's like, hey, look, chemistry, really good coach, this great group of players, and then suddenly they're 20-0 and a top 5 team in the country. It's like, how did that happen? And the football can't. And so how that stuff works together when rev share is a cap, NIL, I know in theory you couldn't do unlimited because the NCAA clearinghouse would have to approve it all, but rev share is capped. And so if and I don't know what the number is going to be. What is it, like 23, 24 is maybe what they're talking about for the next number. Let's say, just use a round number, and let's just say it was 25. And you have a percentage right now.
Funnier than 24?
25.
You take a little bit away. Where's the money coming away from, right? Are you leaving everything into football? So are you taking away from women's basketball? Or are you taking away from volleyball? I mean, and if we're talking about they want to do as well as possible with men's basketball, you're probably talking about a pretty penny that you're going to have to do. And so in theory, that would have to come from football.
Well, and then there's the other half of the conversation when it comes to saying, okay, well, like if you're in kind of my side of the boat where you're saying, Danon's saying this so that way the NIL generation goes up a little bit higher, right? And people locally or alum or whoever is putting the money back into the basketball program, it's giving them a reason to put the money back in, right? Because that's one of the biggest drivers, I believe, with Nebraska football is you will always have a basis of people that will just say, it doesn't matter what the product looks like. It's Nebraska football. Here's money, right? There will be other people who, differently gauge that amount of dollars comparative to it. Nebraska volleyball is another great example of it, right? Because they're always so successful. The expectation is always so high that no matter what, the NIL that you pay some of those players probably that is not part of your revenue share likely comes from people who are just like, it's Nebraska volleyball, I give you money. That's pretty much how it goes. They're not asking for like X amount of dollars or anything. For basketball, they've never had the opportunity to say, hey, we really need the money. And now
we want to parlay this season into more.
And now for the very first time, you actually have a reason to do it. So yes, you should take advantage of it. In between what you were talking about there, I just wanted to look up because I think we make this comparison literally every single time I've been on USC so far.
Ooh.
But it's Nebraska basketball to Indiana football. It's the most easiest and common.
Oh, I've seen this and heard about this.
But what about that first year jump from Cignetti going 10-2 and losing the first round of the playoff to what they got this year? Their NIL in their budget for Indiana football specifically reportedly got as high as $40 million over that offseason in between the years.
Now, because I got, shout out to me, I got some Indiana sources, and I was told last offseason.
Coach Siggs?
Can't confirm or deny, Nick.
You smoking that cig pack?
I was told $28 million was what the roster was all told.
Right.
With rev share and with NIL.
Which again is incredible.
Yeah. Like 20, I mean, look, because I don't think I was told it's not 40 and I trust the person I heard it from. But $28 million is a lot of money. I think that's more than what Nebraska paid on their roster.
But so then if $28 million, what does that mean in college basketball numbers?
Great question. The numbers that people were throwing around at the end of last season was like that the good rosters were going to cost north of 10 this year.
So what does it look like for Nebraska basketball numbers then? Because you're not going to go to your fan base and to your alums and to your NIL supporters and donors, right? And say, we need $10 million to compete with Kentucky, to compete with Louisville, to compete with all of these basketball first schools, right? We're competing with Duke and North Carolina now.
Yeah.
So realistically, do you just say, hey, get us to X number and then we can reap the rewards?
I would say this, the way in which this season unfolds is going to really foretell, I think, how they approach it moving forward. Because one of the things, again, when I was talking to this Indiana person that I heard was like, yeah, we're not a football school. And then we saw like what winning football can like make us feel. And it's like, whoa, I want honestly to go back to smoking cigs. I mean, it's like a drug, right? Like I want that drug again.
It is the best drug you can have.
They're chasing the high and then they got actually higher. Now they're going to be chasing that for the rest of their lives and they're never going to have it again because you can never have the first again.
Chasing the dragon.
Exactly. Like the song.
Chasing the Hoosier.
And so Nebraska, let's say they make they will. They make the tournament. They get that win. Let's say they make it the second weekend. I mean, if that happens, I don't know how the mindset isn't, whoa, I want to chase that even harder next year.
Yeah.
I want more. I want the Final Four. Now,
well, again, ride this thing all the way out. Like, go to the most extreme, right?
Yeah.
Like, everything that Dan and I had just said today or yesterday, right? And everything that was written about, all that good stuff. Nebraska goes to a Final Four. They're in the final weekend of college basketball. How does Nebraska basketball fans, alum, donors, all that stuff, just not ride that high?
You would want to, yeah, because if you don't win it, you're like, oh my gosh, that feeling, I could have that feeling again.
Yes.
You know, because that's what Indiana football has learned over the last year. Like, wait, I can have that feeling again. Hell, let's take it back to a local team. Nebraska baseball has been chasing the high of 01, 02, and 05
Great point.
for 20 years.
Yep.
I mean, think about
We
that.
see those highlights every damn day to the start of the baseball season.
Yeah.
Yes.
That is a moment in time. It's a 5-year run. And for my entire life now, moving forward, it will always be talked about like, yeah, you know, I don't know why they can't do that again. It's like, well, a lot of things have changed. But
that is some of the only televised Nebraska baseball I had seen growing up before I literally moved to this side of the state.
Yeah.
Like, quite honestly.
Yeah.
And yeah, you're exactly right.
And
Because if they would have had that 2005-06 season that happened then in this NIL generation, who knows? Maybe you would have had like more money funneled to Will Bolt in the past 3 years.
Yeah.
I mean, it is quite possible. And honestly, it's probably the exact right analogy for it.
and so you wonder if Nebraska basketball is living in their Nebraska baseball era right now, where can they, you know, because the thing about them, I mean, if they would have had one run in 2001, I mean, it would have been obviously very special and they would have been revered for years. But they went back and then they went back again. And that last team, you know, the Jabba team, that Alex Gordon team that, you know, in theory could have played for and won a national championship. They just had a couple of tough losses in the College World Series. Like it turned into an era instead of just like a one-off. And if Nebraska basketball, like we'll see, you know, they haven't even played in the tournament yet this year. There's still many more games to go. Can this turn into an era? You would hope so, given what Dannon said yesterday on the Husker Sports Network.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And I think that is the next question, because right now it's almost like what you just did for this segment, right? You opened up the discussion, right? That was all that he did. He just said, hey, listen, if those who are willing to continue to ride the high that is Nebraska basketball, wouldn't it be great if you put your dollars into us now? And if Nebraska basketball continues on the success that they have and they get as far as what their high ceiling could be, if it's a 2 seed and they can ride it all the way, like you said, if it's second weekend, if it's Final Four or further from that point, that's going to be a high that they can chase all offseason long until they get to October.
Yeah, and like this is such a big picture conversation, but like going back to Indiana again, I mean, obviously they will be chasing this forever.
Yeah.
You wonder how long of a tail this has in terms of just the general expectations. Like, they're going to go into next year and probably expect to win a national championship, which is insane to say. How long does that kind of mindset last, you know? And how long does this era of Nebraska basketball again last? And how long are they chasing that?
Yeah.
How long are they demanding, hey, you got at a certain point that are going to get the win? And when that happens, and I think it's going to happen next month, then I'm very curious as to what that means for every season moving forward.
Yeah.
You know, like Creighton forever, it was got to get to the Sweet 16, got to get there. They finally did, and then it was like, all right, now you got to go further.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
they did. They made it to the Elite Eight, and then they got back to another Sweet 16.
And now it's always been Final Four since then.
And it has, and obviously this year.
Yeah, we were both doing. I was in for John the day that the MAC news came out with Alan Huss coming back to the program and all that other stuff. And that was one thing that we talked about right there, that at that day in like April, whenever it was, that it was a pushing the chips towards the middle to get to a Final Four. That's what it was.
Yeah.
And eventually when Creighton or Nebraska or whoever gets to a Final Four for the first time, then it's okay, time to get to national championship, time to win the national championship. I think the only other part of this conversation to end on a sour note, which you hate to do.
Classic,
to do it.
Classic Austin.
Would you not know what the state of the program is moving forward from Dannon's perspective, from what he just said, if Nebraska basketball were to get pillaged and just taken by all the NIL dollars and their roster just gets eviscerated? I think you would know, right? You would have an idea of what he feels.
Basically, if they're not able to parlay this into another year.
Yeah. And if all the players just go, oh, you know what? We had great seasons at Nebraska and we have more money opportunities elsewhere.
It's a good question. And I think you're right. We will probably recognize it fairly quickly after the season, you know, like bring back Price, bring back Frager, see what else happens. And it's like, okay, cool. They got their bleep together, which, speaking of, Nick, you can go to 1620thezone.com right now for your chance to win get your together 5K sweepstakes. Now they're going to need a little bit more than 5K to put together the roster, but you could win 5K. The contest runs through the 24th of this month. So 3 weeks from today. J-Man writes, chasing the dragon emoji.
Whoa.
There you go. A little emoji action.
Dragon emoji is fun.
Yeah, you know, I don't ever use it very often.
I'm a ghost emoji guy every once in a while.
Really? What does the ghost emoji mean?
Oh, I just throw that into a conversation if I don't know what to say next.
Interesting.
So just usually drop a ghost.
Okay.
And then it gives the other person the right to be like, all right, this conversation is done.
Wow. Okay. Next time you say something that annoys me, I'm just going to respond with a ghost.
Wow.
I'm going to ghost your ghost.
I can't believe I've annoyed you. I'm sorry.
You literally have never said anything that annoyed me. Yeah.
We'll test that.
Tough look for you, Nick.
Well, that's what I'm here for.
Is it time to get to the Robert Kraft stuff?
It's time to get to the Robert Kraft news. Oh, speaking of Nick, just DM me. Let's see if it's something that annoyed me. Actually, no. Nick, you can add this to content yourself.
Yes.
Let's go. I got to send you the content that you send to me for proofreading.
Yeah, no, you're my editor.
Yeah, I'll send that to you in a little bit. J-Man adds Ghostbusters them on this one, and then 3 ghost emojis.
Ah!
Who are you going to call?
I got spooked.
Ghostbusters.
Who are you going to call?
Who are you going to call? Well, I don't know, but you can go to the Underdog Fantasy app today, underdogfantasy.com as well, because the big game is now 5 short days away. And it's a game that people around here, Michael Severe, John Bishop, and perhaps you are very, very excited for. And it's great if you're here with us in Nebraska because you can use the Underdog Fantasy app in Nebraska. And right now, new customers can score $75 in fantasy bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. All you got to do is download the app and go check out all of the options for that game on Sunday evening. Looking at it right now, so many things that you could put together. Sam Darnold, higher or lower than 230.5 passing yards. Drake May, 222.5 passing yards. I've been mentioning May and running the ball. 37.5 rushing yards. Sam Darnold, 6.5. Maybe you like Seattle, and so you're thinking, you know what? He'll probably take some knees at the end of the game. I will go lower. Whatever you do, just download the app, put in our promo code 1620 the zone, and again, you can score $75 in fantasy bonus entries when you play your first $5 on fantasy. The promo code is 1620 the zone. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Weather from KETV Newswatch 7 is brought to you on 1620 The Zone by Certified Transmission.
Brent Rasmussen of Mortgage Specialists. You read the news and you hear so many things about tariffs, trade deals, stock markets coming down, and then going right back up. How do you make a decision to buy a home with all that uncertainty? I'm Brent Rasmussen, a mortgage specialist, and if there's one thing I know, nothing is certain except uncertainty. Even though the housing market nationwide might have cooled, Omaha is still a great place to buy a home. But it helps to have a good guide like Mortgage Specialists. We can help you make a plan that works for you, your family, and your future. Because nothing's more reassuring than when plan A may not be right for you, there's a solid plan B right there, ready to go. How's that for a little certainty in an uncertain world? Give us a call at Mortgage Specialists.
Click mtg-specialists.com. NMLS number 5918, Equal Housing Lender.
checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
All right, time to get to that Robert Kraft thing.
Yes,
People
finally
have
some
been
sports.
Wondering about. Hey, we just did Nebraska basketball.
What?
You mean the team that's washed up and not doing anything anymore?
Not washed up like Robert Kraft, though. That guy's working hard.
That guy is working hard. We'll maybe get to that Robert Kraft thing in a little bit. Brunsey is going to join us in a few moments.
Hey, Bruns.
We can talk about the
college baseball, Nebraska baseball. Is that what we're going to talk about?
Baseball.
A slice of
Do you
college
really?
baseball.
I always loved a slice of baseball.
What's your favorite part about it?
When Nick mispronounces a baseball player's name.
Excellent.
Because we have yet to hear of that team.
That's true.
That is a good point. That is a good part.
Have you been doing your prep?
Yeah.
Do you have a D1 baseball subscription?
No.
Oh, okay. I was going to ask, could you share the login?
Nice.
I would love one. They mostly cover ACC and SEC, and also I don't have that kind of.
They're ACC honks.
Those are the good conferences.
They're SEC honks.
Yeah.
ACC is just kind of an add-on.
You should get it and then expense it. That always seems to work.
It does, yeah. Who knows, Nick? We're under new ownership now.
Yeah.
Maybe that could happen.
I love baseball. I'm going to have to get my athletic subscription back.
Jimmy asks, is the Big Ten going to be the best conference in baseball this year?
Ooh.
Nick, break it down for us.
No.
Okay, good answer by
Good analysis.
Nick.
Thank you, Nick.
Excellent job.
We should ask Bruns that.
I think
First
there'll be a
off.
couple solid teams in the Big Ten, but I don't.
Will Nebraska be one of them?
Maybe.
Too soon to tell.
Maybe. Interesting.
Ask me in May.
Yeah. Okay.
Nebraska
We sleep in
baseball.
May.
Nebraska
Yep.
baseball is weird because they just kind of get good out of nowhere sometimes.
They do.
They win the Big Ten
Called the
championship.
Big Ten tournament.
That's Bolt Bowl, baby.
They win the tournament and then they don't go to the College World Series.
They did though back in 05 and 02 and 01.
What
Never
happened
forget.
last year though?
I don't remember what their tournament. What happened in
They won the tournament last
No, I
year.
know they won the Big
Yeah.
Ten, but I don't remember who they played in the NCAA tournament.
They lost to, I think Florida was the elimination game.
Yeah.
And they
Wait,
got
they've lost to
blown
Florida
out.
like twice in a row? Because didn't they lose to Florida a couple years ago too? What's
No,
his
that was
name who played
Arkansas.
for the Royals?
Wasn't that
No,
Arkansas?
that was 2021.
Yeah, that was the epic one.
Yeah.
I don't remember the other Florida one you're talking about, but yeah. I have to
All
look
right.
back.
Well, we'll there you go. That
that was baseball.
see you later,
Baseball.
college baseball. All right. Well,
By the way, Charles Schwab is in the new show game. That's awesome.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
I saw
good Connor
some-
Happer tweet.
Yeah, the graphics look like crap.
Yeah, it doesn't look great.
I thought graphics were supposed to get better.
Yeah,
as I got
none
older.
of these sports games ever look as good as I remember them being like when they peaked in Madden 09. I was like, these are great.
I think the problem with the show games, they did this weird thing where this is the first time they're doing it exclusively for like PS5 and Xbox Series X, right? Like the current consoles.
I hate the name of the Xbox, by the way.
I do too. But they're still
Xbox
doing it for the
Series X.
Nintendo Switch. Not even the Switch, like the Switch 2 as well, but also just the OG Switch. And I think that's what's really holding them back.
Nathan writes softball next.
Whoa.
Jimmy says Nebraska softball is going to be good.
It will be.
I'm still getting used to
Jordan
one of their players having a new name.
Yeah, how dare she get married? Wait until your career's done and then figure that out.
Or make him take your name.
Yeah, hyphen. That's what
She's
I'm doing.
Probably old fashioned there.
Come on, Jordy.
Yeah. Or do the thing like Jack White did. You know, I'd forgotten about that. I don't know why I was on the White Stripes Wikipedia page. I'm always interested that they were married and then they divorced and they were still in the band together.
Oh,
But
That's commitment.
He took her
Like
last
Fleetwood
name.
Mac?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
Fleetwood
that
Mac.
was Fleetwood Mac did that too. The whole
Took the last names?
no, broke up but stayed together.
Yeah,
and then
didn't they
wrote
always-
one of the best albums of all time.
Rumors?
Yeah.
Look at that. Music boy.
Hey. Gosh,
a
we
te-
hit everything right there.
A text from the 402 says North Carolina, I believe. Don't know what that is in response to at all.
Who the best baseball will be?
Okay, North Carolina. Everybody always says that every year. This is the year that North Carolina could win the championship.
It's going to be an SEC school.
I was saying that when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I remember watching games at Rosenblatt and the smoke from the grills wafting in front of the camera thinking, this is the year that North Carolina wins it all.
Yep.
Here's my issue with North Carolina baseball. Their hats always look like batting practice hats because they're the little mesh with the holes in it.
Okay.
Not great.
That's your biggest issue?
Yes.
Okay.
The 402 texter says that was who Nebraska lost to last year.
Oh.
Thank you, 402
there you go.
texter.
Good to know. Yeah. I'll make my college baseball hot take. This is the year for Arkansas.
Well, you should have saved that for the hot take mark.
No, that's fine. I'm just.
Why
burning through
are
them
you
right now.
so bad at this bit?
You're just giving away.
I'm just trying to
all
get
the
ahead of
takes.
it. That's all.
Okay. No, but now you're wasting your takes.
I know.
Wow. I'm happy, honestly, that college baseball won't show up in the hot take market.
Yeah, you're
it
welcome.
will from one person, but we didn't need it from another person.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right, and there's a segment. I was going to talk about Josh Martin leaving, but you know what? When we return, we can do it with Brunts.
Yeah.
We can say, what happened to this guy and why is he leaving?
After we get to baseball.
Does it maybe. Does it portend to bad special teams play?
What?
Those questions and more.
Are you going to be down in Arizona for the Nebraska baseball?
No, Brunts, it's probably going to be all hands on deck. He'll probably be going to, the big national tournament of March Madness to watch Nebraska.
I'm glad you got there.
I figured it out.
The big national tournament.
Mm-hmm. J-Man, right? 1620 the bit. No bits here.
Nope.
No bits here, but
All
we will have
sports.
hot take market in a little bit. Also, at the end of the hour, we'll talk about the bad vibes for Nebraska football.
Yes.
All of that and more, plus a Super Bowl topic. There's just so many things.
I know.
Nick, what was your number? 3.5?
Yeah.
Ugh, we're only at 1.
Yep.
That
We're
can
working.
be
We're working.
Only 1.
I'm really good at setting this line.
Are you?
Yeah.
We should call you Todd Furman.
Nice.
He used to set lines. And
good.
he joins us Thursday. Brunts joins us next, though, on 1620 The Zone.
Have you been injured in an accident? You shouldn't have to fight with insurance companies or deal with medical bills alone. You need an experienced injury lawyer who'll protect your rights while you focus on healing. At Chandler Conway, our team understands the legal process and will handle your case with dedication. Our goal is simple: to secure the compensation you deserve. Call us today or visit chandlerconway.com for a free consultation. Don't face this challenge alone. Let us support you every step of the way.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Raising little ones is a big job, and you do your best to give them a good start every day. That means making sure they're well cared for while you're apart. You work hard, but it's not always easy to make ends meet. There may be help. Find out if you qualify for Nebraska's Child Care Tax Credit for working parents. You could be eligible for a credit of up to $2,000 per child on your next tax return. Learn more at nebraskachildcaretaxcredit.org. Brought to you by First 5 Nebraska.
Here's a story of a man named Brunsey who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Brunsey called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Brunts. It's Michael Brunts. Michael Brunts. Now we get to talk to Michael Brunts.
Michael Brunts joins us on the Grum, the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. Brunts, I saw, I love gallivanting around message board land from time to time, reading takes. People are usually wrong about things. I saw people saying that Mike Stibbs' voice is bad and that his opens are terrible. And now I hear him singing about you, and I think, whoa, those people are way wrong. Would you like to respond to any of these unnamed posters?
That Mike Stibbs' voice is bad?
Yeah, what are your thoughts on Stibbs' voice?
I think he has a lovely voice. I think he's very creative. He tweets a little bit too much about the Mariners. But overall, I think he's fine. He's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
No problem with Stibbs.
Fair. Okay, Bruns, is it too early to talk Nebraska baseball? We were talking some baseball a second ago.
Really? On purpose?
Thank you, Bruns. Thank you.
Well, I just know who's involved.
That's a good question.
No, he was talking about baseball.
Well,
no, he got forced into it. We kind of tricked him into it.
So Nick Grimm is still our producer, and he kind of bullied the site. I didn't
like how that was phrased. That's very ominous.
I wanted to talk, and he will be forever. He's never leaving us. And I wanted to talk about Nebraska losing their tight ends coach. He was a tight ends coach, Josh Martin was for a spell, their special teams coach to become a high school coach. But instead, we started talking about baseball. And now people are wondering, is the Big Ten going to be good? Bruns, any takes?
I like the thought of you like going into a conversation and halfway through it, we're like, wait a second, we're talking about baseball.
This is a baseball. What are we doing? I'd rather talk about anything but.
Will the Big Ten be good at baseball this year? They'll be good. UCLA is like pretty clearly the number one team in the country.
I always forget UCLA is in the Big Ten in baseball too.
Yeah, they are.
Notably lost to Nebraska last year in Omaha.
That's hilarious.
Still in LA. They
Shout out.
are very good. They've got just a loaded junior class, returning player of the year at shortstop. So if they can pitch it, I mean, they'll be like a legit, College World Series team, like national championship type team, which, I mean, Big Ten baseball national champions, that would be, what a story.
Congrats to Tony Petitti.
Oregon will be right there. I'd say Nebraska's probably in the group with like USC, Indiana. I think who else? Penn State's actually been really good.
Why? How?
I don't like that.
Yeah. So they'll be like 6, 7 somewhere in there, maybe 5th in the conference. So it should be a pretty strong year, I think, for Big Ten baseball. But definitely like it's very clearly UCLA and everybody else right now.
Got nothing. I'm sorry. I heard the 6-7.
You said 6-7 and Brunts.
I said it and I was like, oh, damn it.
The entire studio just started throwing
Nick
it up.
wasn't even on camera, and he was giving us a 6-7 as well. I went to a birthday party this weekend, Bruns, for a boy who was turning 8, and there were cupcakes that said 6-7 on them.
Yeah. No, I said it out loud, and I was like, my kid's on the floor somewhere here. So
I can't believe Bruns. Here's a serious point before we get to actual stuff. That implies baseball.
Baseball's real stuff.
I apologize. I can't believe that 6'7" is still a thing amongst the youth, because all of us old people have very much like co-opted it. And I have like, if an older person would have done that when I was their age, I would have said, we're never doing this again. Like the word, if my dad would have started saying that's tight, I would have said that's a bad word now. It's a curse word.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
Yeah. I try not to say it. And I'm surprised that it's continued to be used among the youth as much as it is, for the same reason. It's like, it's tragically uncool now, but yet it persists.
Yep,
So,
that's why I'll keep doing it. Yeah, I didn't know about it until the Minnesota game, when I think it was Amy Just was the first person on my timeline who was like, oh man, the score is 6-7. I was like, I don't know what that means.
Tough.
And now look at me, I'm doing the hand thing. Bruns, let's get to Josh Martin. So he's leaving. Yes, not apologies to baseball. Let's talk some sports here. He's leaving Nebraska to go down to Texas to be a head coach of a high school team. And I swear I'm not trying to be a jerk when I say that. What did you think? What did you think of that news? Because, I mean, it's been a weird month with the whole special teams discourse and everything that's gone on. And I would just say this adds to it, even though, like, this doesn't have to be a negative on Nebraska. It's just, I don't know, kind of funny that it happened at the end of January, early February.
Yeah, no, I mean, it adds to more questions about that group. I don't get the sense that it was a particularly large surprise. But I mean, now you kind of have to look at how you're going to approach things. And, the last time we heard from Matt Rule, it was going to be, kind of by committee, with Maher and Hawkins, I believe. I'm blanking on the name. The kid that followed Eckler from Tennessee, Humphrey.
Yeah.
So I think, now do you consider bringing in somebody else? Do you, look to somebody on staff that has, experience? I mean, Roy Manning, I think, was a coordinator for a year at UCLA. Do you have somebody kind of weigh in there? I mean, there's kind of a lot of different ways you could approach it right now. I mean, does Matt Rule have more decision-making power over what they do? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think it's, of the three guys that were going to be involved with it. I mean, Martin had the most coaching experience, having been a previous special teams coordinator. So now you take that out of the equation, and we'll see what they decide to do. But it's unfortunate timing too, because we're less than 3 weeks away from the start of spring ball. I know that Humphrey's been running the meetings to this point, and I think having somebody like Brett Maher, who's a specialist by experience and can kind of speak to those guys a little bit differently than your run-of-the-mill special teams coordinator can. I think there's a ton of value, but I don't know. I mean, it's I think even when there was a discussion about having kind of three people in charge of it in various ways. I mean, I think I still had questions about, if you're, in a game and making decisions about, how to approach things based on what you see. I mean, who's making those decisions? Who gets the final say on those things? And I guess we never really even got answers to that with three coaches. So, I guess we'll wait to hear what Matt Rule is going to do with this. But, it's tough too, because you had this big improvement from where it had been. And now it doesn't, maybe not resetting the deck, because I think they would do a lot of things similarly to how they did last year, but there's, definitely a lot of questions around a part of the team that's pretty darn important for what you got going in 2026.
Bruns, there were so many just notable changes that happened. Obviously, when Eckler came in, that they kind of shifted how they do a lot of the things stylistically, and especially their punting. I mean, that was why Archie was brought in. There's such a big deal there. Because the portal has already moved on, you can't really change who is on your roster, unless I think maybe you could still go the JUCO route with maybe some guys in that capacity too. If you don't have a special teams coordinator, you're relying on the old notebook of one Mike Eckler. How much does that impact just the guys that are in the position, thinking that they were going to be taught under Eckler and work in what his system was. I mean, that just has to be confusing, especially if you now have new voices in there that are basically trying to copy what they were doing before. And it's not much of a question. I'm just more like curious as to what you think kind of the responses in that room of the guys that maybe Eckler brought in or that learned under him in the player's perspective.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the nature of college football. I mean, to be kind of blunt. But yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of what I was getting at with, the timing of things, because, if you're going to just kind of continue, the way that you did under Mike Eckler, I mean, I think that's okay. I mean, Nebraska underwent a pretty major overhaul last offseason by switching to the Australian style punting. I mean, that was a huge change. Nebraska moved on a transfer portal punter that they had brought in. In January, he was gone in the spring to make that move happen. And I think it's a fine move. You've got the personnel to do it. I think it was largely successful last season. I think you've got a punter in place now that can do it. They picked a new snapper out of the portal. Mike Eckler did from Michigan State. I think you just kind of look at the struggles 2 years ago. Such a big part of it was just kind of finding the right personnel. I think they feel like they've got that in the kid from Michigan State that transferred in. So, yeah, I mean, it's not ideal, the timing of it. I think it does probably, just with the way the portal is now, I mean, you're not going to have a ton of guys out there available to bring in. So you're probably moving forward with the way you did it. But, I think, there's some bigger picture questions you kind of have to think about too. I mean, one of the things that Mike Eckler did, for better or for worse, was, that they were really aggressive in returning punts and kicks. That you saw the best of it in games like, against Michigan State and Northwestern and Maryland. And then, later in the year, you saw, maybe the downsides of that approach too. So, whoever's leading this thing, I mean, are you going to kind of continue with that approach, or are you going to approach things differently? I mean, they've got to figure that stuff out. So, it just apart from, the personnel type things, I mean, you kind of also have to decide, how you're going to approach that facet of the game. And Mike Eckler certainly had his opinions on things. They were very aggressive. And we'll see if that's kind of the path they continue down with whoever it is that's going to be running this thing.
Michael Bruns, Husker 24/7 Sports, joining us. Bruns, Troy Dannon spoke last night on the Husker Sports Network, talked about the rev share and Nebraska basketball getting a little bit more cash. I wonder how you think that shows itself. And I mean, the obvious question is, like, where's that money coming from? Who's going to lose some? I guess, what did you think of that answer overall?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's overdue. I mean, I think, when you kind of look at what Nebraska's kind of built with what they've had, I mean, I think Fred's done a pretty good job of making that work. I don't think you would accuse Nebraska of being anywhere near the even the middle of the Big Ten in terms of basketball financial ability there to spend. And, I think, when you have a team that's doing as well as Nebraska basketball is right now, I think it does open the door a little bit for, what's kind of maybe not the rev share piece of it, but more just kind of true NIL on top of it. I mean, when you've got a team that's winning the way that Nebraska basketball has the last 2 seasons, I would imagine there's probably a few businesses in town that wouldn't mind spending a little money to have Price Sanford, shill some products for you or stuff like that. So, it's a good time to kind of strike, I think, for that, and it's long overdue. I mean, I think with the basketball program too, I mean, I think there's probably been a little bit of wait and see and kind of if this is going to be something that they can build year over year. And I think you're kind of seeing this season a lot of excitement, and I mean, it makes sense that you'd probably want to invest in that and make sure it keeps going. Because I mean, you look at the roster right now, there's guys that have eligibility remaining next season that are probably going to be a little bit more expensive to keep in the fold. So, start lining that stuff up now, I think is a pretty smart move.
Michael Brunts, Husker 24/7 Sports. Brunt says we say goodbye. David emails in. All I hear is Brunt saying bad things about the Huskers in the offseason. Is Brunt's on the bad vibes offseason wagon?
Oh, no.
Brunts, are you a part of the bad vibes crew?
I don't think so. I mean, was that bad vibesy?
No, I thought that you were fairly.
I thought I was pretty measured.
I thought you were giving great analysis.
Yeah. Measured vibes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm a part of the bad vibes crew, so maybe you just got sucked into my vortex.
That is true. That's what I'm fearful of.
Yeah, I apologize, Bruns. I apologize.
I apologize.
Great talking to you as always. Keep up with that baseball prep. I'll be watching out for UCLA, maybe winning it all this year.
Yeah, but put a little money down if you can get the itch. I think it'd be a wise investment.
All right, a little scratch. Thank you, Bruns. Have a good week.
Yep. See you.
That's Michael Bruns joining us here on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. I thought Bruns didn't sound super bad vibesy.
No, I think it's just there's the only argument I can make, and we can get to this, and if you want more time on it, obviously talk about vibes and such.
Oh yeah,
but
we'll do that.
You asked me earlier when you were sending me kind of the topics for the day and everything, and I was thinking about it, and I don't know
that girl's topics.
I don't know if it is true. Like from my perspective, I don't know if I lean towards negativity, if I'm just more closer to neutral, and neutral is negative. Does that make sense?
It very much does. Let's put a pin in that.
Okay.
We can talk about this when we return. We have Steve Sipple coming up as well. We have the hot take.
Will
market.
He be here?
Great question. He did respond to the tweet that Nick sent out earlier of our lineup, so he does know that it is a Tuesday. We have many other things potentially to get to. I do want to dive into the Super Bowl stuff with you.
Okay.
And then, we'll see. So still we're at one topic. Let's make it two.
Okay.
And prove Nick wrong. I guess he just set the line. We don't have to prove him wrong.
Whatever it takes to beat Nick.
That's an interesting viewpoint, though, that you provide. We will get to that when we return. John writes, we have called me mad until 12/31/2032. Our AD is an idiot.
Whoa.
All right.
That's bad vibes.
Yeah. And no, you don't. That is not the case. That's like saying, I bought this house. I'm going to live here for 30 years. That's not how life works. You're not trapped.
Yep.
He is not going to be here in 2032. Put that, Nick, on the long-term list, please.
Okay.
Thank you, Nick.
Thanks, Nick.
All right. We'll talk about the vibes when we return. Austin liked the graphic.
Very funny.
That's a good one, Nick. You did a good job. All right. That and more when we return. It is Unsportsmanlike Conduct with Austin Jacobson of Herd at Sports and Nick Grimm. Josh Peterson, 1620 The Zone. Josh Peterson and Austin Jacobson. We have Nick Grimm here as well. It is Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone and 1620thezone.com. Speaking of 1620thezone.com, variety of contests available for you right now. Journey's coming to Lincoln in a couple of months. A couple of months is April. Gosh, that feels so good to say. The days are about to get longer. George Thorogood a month later when the sun is setting even later on May 17th. And then finally, Chris Stapleton. Now, when Stapleton arrives, it will be on the downturn, but football will be here in October, so things are going to be great there.
Yeah.
Enter online at 1620thezone.com. And wouldn't you know it, Austin, a football conversation is about to happen.
What?
On the Grum. But first, a text from the 402.
Yep.
My wife is watching the stream with me today and wants to know where she can buy a bottle of Nebrasprin.
Oh.
Nick, where do we sell Nebrasprin? Is it available in the 1620 The Zone store?
It's on 1620thezone.com every weekday from 2 to 6 p.m.
Wow.
Excellent job by it's
great plug.
It's medicine that you get in your ears. It's a different kind of medicine.
Yeah.
Things are evolving, folks.
They say laughter's the best medicine.
Yeah, and Unsportsmanlike Conduct is the second best.
Yeah.
Wow.
But we also bring laughter, so we're tied for first.
Wow.
Look
That's
at that.
math.
Nick just laughed. Theo writes, appreciate Austin's Metro sports coverage.
Wow, big Metro guy.
I'm more of a fan of your Western Nebraska sports coverage.
Thank you.
You do a podcast.
But
Yes.
you're from Western Nebraska?
He talks to people and he's like, do you have a bathroom yet?
My favorite, I do ask at the end when I like talk
How
to
are
these
you
coaches,
adapting to having electricity?
I'll ask them like, hey, what's your favorite stop at like a gas station and games that you go to? Like, what's your favorite place to go to? And they will always be like, oh, the Casey's breakfast pizza. Like it's inevitable. So
Casey's
You're
breakfast pizza.
welcome. An
Oh, here we
Iowa
go.
contribution to the world.
You know,
thank you, Nick.
Like me.
congratulations. By the way, Josh Allen is on the NFL Network right now.
Boo!
Dude.
Boo!
Why aren't you in the Pro Bowl?
Boo!
So they're doing, he had foot surgery. He had a broken foot.
Well,
Also, was he ever on the injury report for that broken foot? I don't think so.
Not like Bo
Boo.
Nix.
But
Bo
I'm-
Nix got out of there as quick as possible.
So it's
I'm
like,
done, guys. See ya.
it's like what is he, Mickey Mouse hole?
I'm
it-
Josh
you wanna
Allen.
talk
I'm
about
overrated.
just like a weird beef that's like somewhat brewing is that Bo Nix and Sean Payton stuff. It's very weird.
What's going on?
Have you not paid attention to this?
No.
They like Bo Nix had to call his own press conference to like say things opposite of what Sean Payton had said about him at his like end of season press conference. Yeah,
What?
you're not
no,
familiar with this?
I miss it because I know that there's like some rumors online that he actually didn't break his foot on that
Yeah.
play or his ankle, but he broke it celebrating in
Yeah.
the locker room. Does it stem from that?
A little bit, yeah, because he had to clear up where his injury and all that other stuff came
Folks,
from,
it was
so-
not celebrating that I
Yeah.
broke my ankle.
Yeah.
Yikes, that'd be tough. Anyway,
put a pin in that. That's 7 days from now.
yeah,
We'll
yeah.
talk about that.
Josh Allen looks horrifically depressed. Like, hey, thanks for having me on. I really enjoyed coming on this show with you right now instead of practicing for the Super Bowl. Tough look. Man,
Imagine if that host was like, "Hey, our annual interview with Josh Allen during
Oh,
Pro Bowl."
that's-
That would hurt.
that's
that
tough.
would hurt.
like, you know,
Good.
no one's excited for the Super Bowl except for like the annoying Patriots fans in our audience. Congratulations.
Patriots in more ways than one.
Imagine if it was Seahawks Bills, how jacked we would be.
That'd be
Like,
really cool.
Let's go, Josh Allen
Mhm.
versus that defense. Instead, we get Drake May and his bum shoulder. Sad.
Also, the two best fan bases you could possibly have mixed together for a Super Bowl.
Oh my gosh, Bill Seahawks, the
Yeah.
12s versus the tables.
Sorry.
Alliteration, Nick.
Wow.
Not to throw us
Better than
off again.
Catholics versus convicts. That's fantastic.
George Kittle's just NFC sweatshirt.
Yeah.
I hate it
Yeah.
because it's just NFL Essentials and then a big NFC logo on the back. It looks dumb.
Yeah,
Stinky man.
Most Pro Bowl gear is pretty dumb.
Yeah. Imagine rooting for a team in the Pro Bowl, being like, man, I love the NFC.
I'm just a big AFC guy.
I hate everybody.
Yeah.
Except for the Cowboys. All right, let's get to Nebraska football.
Let's.
You said something going into break that I found very, very interesting.
Yes.
And that basically, and I'll just kind of let you reset it. But I posed this question yesterday.
Mhm.
I've been very interested, and I apologize for being interested in goofy stuff like this sometimes. But the way in which Husker football is being discussed right now, I guess I've never sensed as much frustration. And perhaps that is recency bias in old man Doug parlance. But John writes in, it's not bad vibes. People that live in the real world call it reality. Nebraska is going to suck again in 2026. Like, I remember when I was a part of the Scott Frost Wars of 2021 and 2022.
You survived.
I did. And I was right.
Is that like the Clone Wars?
A little bit different, a bit more murder, Nick.
I don't know.
A few more dead people.
There's
Now, if you keep killing the clone, is it murdering a bunch of clones or is it just murdering the same person?
Wow, that is an excellent dumb debates
That is
question.
a great dumb debate
Save that for tomorrow, Nick. But like there was negativity and people were dour, but there was also, I thought,
the negative boys.
That's where that drop comes from. I thought that era, Austin, was much more adversarial.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not to say that Matt Rule doesn't have his supporters or doesn't have people that believe in him, because he does. Every coach of every program in America has somebody that believes in him that is not their family member.
Yeah.
Every coach in America, every coach in the NFL. Jerry Jones has supporters, those freaks. Like
smiles and glory holes.
They all exist, right?
Mm-hmm.
What I am sensing now, though, is it's different. It's a different concoction of Nebraska, if you will, because it is not just like get to your battle stations. It's time to fight about how good this coach is or if he's going to be the guy. I sense more resignation, and it goes back to the comment that we got from John in our last segment. We have called me Matt until 12/31/2032. RAD is an idiot.
Wow.
It's like this idea of, and I've gotten actual messages from people, so I'm not inventing this, by the way, that are like, this season is kind of pointless because even if, and I guess it's pointless if you think it's going to go poorly. It's pointless because when it goes poorly, these are their words, it doesn't mean anything.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean anything because nothing is going to happen. I understand that point of view, and I know that those people are not the majority. I would actually say that they are very much in the minority. But I think you're picking up what I'm dropping here. And I saw a lot of it in the responses that I got yesterday, where it's just like, yeah, this kind of sucks because I don't know what to do about it. And then, of course, the juxtaposition of, oh, yeah, the 20-2 Nebraska basketball team that's currently in the top 10 in the country,
100%.
which I think is absolutely playing a part in this story, right?
Well, I mean, it even started during the whole dunk contest, like confirmation and everything. I think that's where maybe... Did you start to see like more of like the negative vibes just from that perspective? Because that was shocking to see how many basically bot accounts or, the anonymous accounts and the Husker Twitter fandom and all those people. There were legitimate people tweeting at the Nebraska football team that they
away.
They were the reason
Leave
for the
me
loss.
alone.
Yeah.
Yes. Because that's a great point and a good observation, because like we hear from, in theory, people who dig us and dig our vibe and dig how we're kind of talking about the team. Right. And then some people hate listen too. And I think generally, you can kind of sense I'm not really a fan of the direction of things right now. I don't think that it's going in a great direction as a football program overall. And so when I am like, oh yeah, everybody, and a lot of people seem frustrated. It's like, yeah, it's probably a lot of like-minded people that are listening. That was the first moment where I was like, oh, interesting. People are like kind of pissed at the football team. And like, I think some of it was certainly tongue in cheek. Like, you cursed us, go away.
Yeah.
But there was also some of like, can you just leave us alone? Like, I imagine, Austin, that you saw some of the responses to the last time Dannon spoke when he was like, yeah, we could be playing the spring game the same day as the Elite Eight. People were like, go away. And I was like, wow, even like, I actually didn't hate what Dannon was saying that day. And yet I found a lot of people way more like frustrated and kind of angry at Dannon when he, whatever that was, 2 weeks ago, week or two ago.
Yeah. So I don't know. And I pose the question as, if you're neutral on it, you're just going, I'm going to wait and see. Is that negative? And I think the answer is probably yes, because at this point, the staunch Matt Rule defenders are quieter and quieter and fewer and far between maybe, or maybe you just don't hear them or see them as much as they had been out. But it all has to do with how the season obviously ended and the bill of goods that everyone bought into because of the Matt Rule year 3. And I want to lump everyone in because eventually someone in this chat or someone, if this gets out and about or whatever, someone will just say, well, the media showed us the year 3. That's what Matt Rule did.
It wasn't us.
And it was
him.
And it was partly Matt Rule that went out and said specifically a couple of times, the Matt Rule year 3 bump and all this other stuff. And when that doesn't come to fruition in one way or another, and especially when you end the season the way that you did, it doesn't leave a good taste in your mouth. And there is no mouthwash to be able to like rinse it out this year, right? Because your portal class was good, but then you get the Eckler situation. Now we have the Josh Martin thing that's kind of going on too, after we had just been sold on Sports Nightly when Rule went out and said like, oh, we've got Josh Martin. We're good. We don't need anyone else on special teams. Okay, well, that door is now closed. So where do you go to next? You don't have another portal window to say, okay, well, we can grab these other guys. They do have a national signing day tomorrow where they have a potential to pick up maybe a 4-star defensive tackle that maybe can help out in, I guess, just like swaying the opinion. But a quiet offseason for Nebraska football this year is probably the right thing to do, but it will be the most aggravating way to go about it for Nebraska fans that are so used to the content machine that has come up the past 3 years under Rule. And it's not Rule's fault. Like, I think being quiet and just doing your thing, staying to your standard, all that sort of stuff is the right way to do it. Put your head down. We're working, all that good stuff. But because you have been the spokesman, because you have been out so publicly the past 3 years, if you're not going to go out and pump up your program the way that you have, the perception then turns and says, okay, well, then what's going on?
Yeah.
Right? And then people will take that as negativity.
And I got a question about all that in a moment.
Yeah.
Sad Husker fan writes, there's no hope, which honestly fits the name, right? Sad guy says there's no hope. That's a good question. Is there hope?
I think that there's always hope, right? I mean, you can always look around college football and you can convince yourself when we get to July, people will have convinced themselves that Calandra, if he was named the starter at that point, maybe it's Danny Kaelin, whoever, someone will convince themselves because they will see on some DraftKings sportsbook or Underdog Fantasy, they'll see it all across. They'll be like,
fantasy.com, promo code 1620 the zone.
They will see, oh, Calandria has plus whatever money to
Higher
be
or
able
lower
to be a Heisman Trophy finalist. And it's like, oh, great. So now this is where we're putting them. All that good stuff, right?
Yeah. Going back to what you just said about hope. Johnny writes, I think it's so dumb. This is a year-to-year sport now in terms of why to believe. This is year-to-year sport now. Everyone who didn't make the playoffs is in the exact same spot. Flush it and start over next year. People who are seriously trying to make heads or tails of the following season are not serious humans. Too many moving parts. Now, obviously, I very much disagree with that. Johnny, I thought, brought up some really interesting points. Asks, are we just done after 3 years? He's got a legit top 10 recruiting class coming in. Now he's talking about 27.
Yes,
so obviously far away. Does that count for anything? Maybe it'll matter. Maybe it won't, but he's got to be doing something right. The main point is the game has changed so much and it's playoff or bust. This is a wild sentence I thought I would never say regarding college football, but I completely believe it for now until transfer rules change. It doesn't matter if you're 9-3 or 3-9. If you don't make the playoffs, you're the same exact team. It's sad, but true. Indiana doesn't. What was their record before they popped? I know it was a whole new regime, but still. See, and that's why, obviously, I disagree with that. There's a difference between 3-9 and 9-3.
Yeah.
Because I think that one is in theory, way closer to breaking through. If the coaching staffs are returning. Yes. Indiana and what they did, they went from bad to a national championship essentially overnight.
Yep.
But they did that because they made changes. Nebraska, I mean, they've made changes, not with the head man. And I mean, some of them I think moving on from Butler for Orich, I think is a huge net positive.
Yeah.
You know, of all the things you talk about hope, I think one of the biggest reasons for hope is Rob Orich and what he brings to the table and the type of defensive coordinator that he can bring. And frickin' save me on but he comes from the Mountain West. Give me a break. If you're a Signetti honk, and I am, you can't be like, I don't want that G5 coming up to my level. I want a different one. No. If you like that idea, this should be somebody for you.
Yeah. And also in that same boat, for all the people who are so doom and gloom on the upcoming season, Orich proved that in his statistical season this past year that you can quickly turn it around under his defensive
100%
standard.
24 to 25 at San Diego State. I was actually looking at his numbers again this morning and just kind of reminding myself of like, wow, what they did that year and then what they did this past season, markedly better. He is one of the biggest reasons, in my opinion, to have hope. Calandria comes up, and Kenneth writes, Calandria is probably going to frustrate people more than Sims because he actually takes chances throwing the ball downfield and will turn the ball over in some really funky ways. I think this is not a crazy sentiment. The quarterback is going to tell the story of the season. If they can figure out a way to avoid like the turnovers or at least to lower them, I think that that will be a huge, foreteller into what level of success they have. I am really worried about him and that he did what he did at Virginia, which is nothing special.
Yep.
He went down a level, was awesome, and now is coming back up to a conference tougher than the ACC. Like I am really worried about that. On one hand, I think he is going to have some plays and some moments and probably some games, not just a drive, but games where it's like, whoa, look at that guy. He has a super fun ceiling and he at least tries. And you know what? This stupid risk-averse offense, maybe it needs a little bit of risk. He's going to have a 4-turnover game this fall, though, where it's like going to be a catastrophe.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about like, oh, yeah, Ohio State's going to get him. He could do it against Michigan State or Maryland or Rutgers or Washington or Illinois, aka one of the non-obvious super contenders on the schedule. And that's when it's going to be like, yikes. I think both of those things are going to be true. He will have a game where he is way more dynamic than Dylan Raiola. He will also have games where it's like, I kind of like the guy who actually took sacks instead of throwing it into triple coverage or whatever he does.
Can I make a point on what you were talking about with the assistant coaches?
Yeah.
Or it's more of a question.
Okay.
Do you think that the somewhat negativity that comes with just around the program and all that, and without the ray of sunshine that comes out or the hope that people are trying to find, is it because the Orich hire, the Jeep Wade hire, and a lot of the San Diego State kind of news that when they moved to Nebraska, all that stuff, it got stuck in the stink of the bowl game? Do you think that that has something to do with it too?
Gosh, that's a great question.
If they would have came and all that news happens on January 2nd, and then you also get the transfer portal news, because Nebraska, for better or worse, didn't turn over their roster. A lot of people way
more people stayed than I thought.
A lot of people in college football would tell you that's a very good thing.
Yeah.
I think Nebraska fans may have felt like we need wholesale changes and we need all this. I don't know where people would have sat if like the entire team would have moved on. You had like these bigger names like Ja'Cory Barney was always rumored that he was going to move on. All that sort
Justin
of stuff.
Evans,
Yes.
Isaiah Hunter.
If these bigger name guys that the casual fan would have known was moving on and left via the portal and all that other good stuff outside of Dylan,
yep.
If that would have made a bigger difference for more negativity. But I guess going back to that main point, is it because they just got caught up in the stink? They were on the sidelines. They had been coaching through the bowl games, all that sort of stuff that, it was a bad game. People didn't like how the season ended. They all got grouped into all that stink.
I think that some of it's that, you listen to Schick and Nick, that drop that they play all the time, and I've referenced this recently, but where Nick is talking about Scott Frost and everything he says is met with
skeptical cynicism.
I think to apply that to this current era, everything that Matt Rule does now is met with cynical skepticism. Everything that he does, and so I think you're right that overlapped with the final game of the season, which was a tire fire of a game, and Schaefer
will always have the first quarter.
Always have the first quarter, always have the first drive. Schaefer brings it up a lot, where it's so interesting how you watch. And it's funny, we just got a text from Jeff who says more worried about Holgo the Oko, who's lost his fastball. You watch Nebraska's offense,
baseball,
and then you watch Utah's offense, and it did look like a different sport at times.
Yes,
and so I think some of it's that, but I really do again. Go look at what Orich has done. I think there is a ton to be excited about.
Yeah.
A ton, mainly what you said. Not only was he good, but he was able to do it like that.
Yeah. I
don't know why you wouldn't be excited about it, except, you don't like the guy who made the hire, or, he's had to fire every coordinator so far.
Yeah.
They've had to make changes at every coordinator so far.
It does feel like every single time that there is something you can convince yourself to be positive about, you're like, okay, I do believe in the Orich hire, and I do believe that he can turn around quickly defensively. And then you go, okay, well, the offense is bringing back a veteran quarterback. But then, man, if you're like the texter from the 402 and you say, man, I just don't like Holgerson, then you're going to be negative. And maybe you convince yourself, you're like, well, Holgerson just, he was limited to the ability of trying to run an offense that wasn't set in how he wants it. Now he's got a quarterback that runs it. They've got all these weapons. They're bringing back all these guys. Oh, but the special teams hire. What are we going to do on special teams?
There's always a but.
Yeah, exactly. And that has to be the basis of all the negativity so far this offseason. And it's going to continue to be, because these are going to be the questions that we ask, not today, but also in March and also through June.
And think about
it.
So you just mentioned a lot of things, and you didn't even mention the running back room and who the hell is replacing Emmett Johnson. We mentioned Orich, but we didn't talk specifically about the defensive line and what in the world's going on there. And we've hit on it in passing. The schedule is going to be tough. And so there is always a but. I went through, because I'm writing a column right now that is the things that have essentially happened since December 31st, and what we know and what we don't. And my thought was more the what we know is the positive things, and the what we don't know are the questions. Though one of the what we knows is the schedule, and I think that's pretty tough. And it's pretty interesting, because when I went through the what we know, I think you can find some things to be excited about. I think they did upgrade on the offensive line.
Yep.
I like the moves that they made. I mean, how many times, and I make reference to this in this story, how many times at the end of the year we're like, man, they got to improve the offensive and the defensive lines. The problem is I think they did one thing. I don't think that they did both. And some of the defensive line chatter, and they have a commit, and then he's going to Clemson. And I know grades apparently came up in the process, but all of those things, and that they just got run over at the end. I don't know. It's not that I had forgotten. I just kind of memory hold it. Oh yeah. They didn't the 3 games at the end of the year were all back to back to back. Penn State blowout, Iowa blowout, bowl game blowout. And it was like that. You want to ask, hey, why are the vibes bad? I mean, we can find a million reasons. Oh, this and this happened, and this guy leaves, and this guy. It's because they got their asses beat 3 games in a row.
But then go back to where you were a calendar year ago today. sitting in the same spots, and everyone was feeling so positive about Nebraska because they beat the bull bit. Oh, yeah, we finally got there. Yeah, we played really close to Iowa. We just, if we clean up some of the turnovers, or if, two of our guys don't tackle one guy, then we're going to be totally fine. And then you win the bowl game. We got 2 monkeys off our back. Now we're looking at top 25. We got Dylan coming back. We got all these great things. Holgerson, more offensive time to be able to develop his quarterback. All those things
sound like me.
All those things that lead to positivity after one season are also the exact infers as to why it is negative going into this year.
Absolutely. And I've made reference to this before, and I'll do it again. I will never forget that loss to Iowa, and essentially like holding future me accountable and saying, don't forget how you feel about this game.
I was at the game. I was row 5 at Kinnick.
They blew it.
Yeah.
That was not number 1 in the Chronicles. You could make an argument it should have been, right?
They dominated that game.
20 to 5 first downs. I mean, I'm getting mad just thinking about it. And I said, don't forget this game. And I didn't really have to tell myself that after the end of the season, but like, I almost say that to people, like, don't forget how you felt.
Yeah.
How is that going to get fixed? And I hope that the answer is a Rob Orich. But then it's like, but crap, the special teams. And it's like, oh man, like there is such a push and pull, and the season is 7 months and 2 days away. And I imagine that in many of those days and months, we're going to talk about that. And especially once Nebraska finishes their run to their first ever Final Four, then we're definitely going to stop talking about that unless Nick forces us to talk baseball.
And that will be the worst part is, even with the spring game and everything else, I don't know that there's a singular positive entity that can just like save the offseason. And maybe for better or worse, that's what they need. Truthfully.
Yeah, there was a text from one of our, I would say, biggest Rule haters. Ooh, John. I'll give Rule credit for staying quiet for a few weeks. I really hope that continues. There's nothing left to say. He just has to prove it. I am, just as a media honk, I'm curious as to how that looks. Because, I mean, to go back to the year 3 stuff, he was gassing that up more than anybody else locally.
Yeah.
I think, and I said this to a listener. He emailed me the other day about this. And I said, I don't think that we were using year 3 as hype. We were trying to understand and project if it could happen again.
Yes.
And ultimately I came down on no. I didn't think it could because the sports changed and the roster. I talked to last summer a Temple and a Temple writer and a guy who covered Baylor at the time. And I mean, I was basically trying to get like, what is replicable? And the only thing that was like, yeah, I mean, he's still Matt Rule, but like, look at the way the rosters were constructed. Look at all the returning production across the board at almost every position. It was way higher at those other 2 stops than it was here. And so I think that played a part in it. Chance hits us with a few comments, and then we'll go to break.
Lots of comments.
It's the I'm a tough guy routine, and then running away from the Tennessee of it all. Making a big to-do about Dylan's weight. Constantly shifting personality. McAfee appearances. Running out 6th-year Frost recruits at right tackle and talking all big about it. And even tolerating anything Dominic was doing behind the scenes. Certainly some reasons to be frustrated. All right. Let's see. Kyle says, what helped the turnaround for Indiana was Siggs brought half a football team from JNU. Orich brought 1 player from his defense. Yeah, is that what the number was? Was it just 1? Was it 2?
It was 2. It was Chambliss and was it 2?
I believe it's 2.
I can only remember Chambliss. Probably because he's the only person who's done a media appearance so far. Chambliss is on Sportsmanlike.
All right, let's see. It is Dwayne McDougal.
Oh, McDougal. That's right.
Yep. So 2 guys there. All right, when we return, we got our Super Bowl thing to get to.
Yep.
Very excited for that.
Robert Kraft thing.
We got to get to that Robert Kraft thing.
Man.
But when we return, super hot take market. When you think of enemies, when you think of the good guys versus the bad guys, you think of Cain and Abel. You think of the Axis and the Allies.
The Decepticons.
You think of the Decepticons. And you think of Austin versus unsportsmanlike conduct bits. But who's the good guy and who's the bad guy?
True.
Find out when
Are you the Axis at Austin?
Oh,
I'd rather be the Allies, personally.
Speaking of, the library approved that German book that I requested. Not that German book.
Good save.
Interesting, though, because you won't tell us exactly which German book it is.
It was in the screenshot that I tweeted at you. It's called Effingers. I don't know. It's a family in Germany in the late 1800s until like 1942.
Interesting time period.
Yeah, it is an interesting time period, Nick. It's called a novel. You know, someday there will be books about an American family.
There's going to be a lot of Kaiser and Nazi talk in that book.
Yes, there will be. It's a book, Nick. Someday people will read books in American history set between like 2015 and 2028. What are you going to be critical of those readers who are like, I'm interested in this time period of American history.
Yes.
You'll be critical of them?
Yes.
For wanting to read about history?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's how we're doomed to repeat it, folks.
Wow.
But first, Josh Peterson here for Underdog Fantasy. The big game is 5 days away. Was just looking at the television. I saw Matt Vrabel, and he was talking about something. What's going on with this quarterback? Will there be takeaways? Will that defense hold Sam Darnold to not as many passing yards as he is projected to have? Whatever you are looking at doing for this game, do so on Underdog. And a reminder, you can do so in Nebraska. All you got to do is download the app today, go to the website, put in our promo code 1620thezone, and you, as a brand new customer, can score $75 in fantasy bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. I mentioned Sam Darnold, Drake May, Stephon Diggs, JSN, and more. Defensive players, fantasy points. There are so many options available for you as we get ready to watch the last football game for, sadly, about 7 months. Download the app today. Put in our promo code 1620thezone. Again, score those $75 in fantasy bonus entries when you play your first $5 on fantasy. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. Yikes, this is pretty embarrassing. Nick,
I guess we won't do it.
No, Austin.
I was giving Austin a chance to think of some stuff last second.
I've got stuff. I got things.
Austin, would you like me to go first?
Might as well rip this Band-Aid off, right?
All right, feel free.
It's a mild one.
This is the hot take market, by the way.
Super hot take market, I'm told.
Yeah, super hot take market.
This is a mild one, and I actually had this thought last week because I was starting to get some texts from some folk about asking me, hey, what are your big game plans for your Super Bowl activities? I hate Super Bowl parties. They're the worst. I never want to go see a football game, specifically the last football game of the season, at somebody else's home.
Of the season.
I never want to watch it somewhere else. I don't care about what spread you have. I want my food. I want my couch. I want my TV. That's where I want to be. And I don't want to watch with all these other people who don't care about the game.
Fine. So if I were to invite you over, I'd say, hey, it's going to be a bunch of ball knowers. Connor Happer will be there. Mike Schaefer will be there. We didn't invite Matt because he's not a ball knower.
And he drinks Miller Lite.
Would you want to come to that kind of a party?
I would go to that party, but I'm not going to.
If we were like, but Nick's going to be there too. Like, oh, he's not a ball knower.
Well, then he would just be playing on his DS or something downstairs.
Chess boy.
I'd probably be playing chess.
Yeah. So you'd go to a party. You'd go to a Super Bowl party if it was a bunch of people that actually know what's going on. But if it was like a party with somebody who has zero idea about anything.
If there's a single person that shows up to a Super Bowl party and is just like, I'm just here for the commercials, then I don't want to be there. I don't want to be there.
Oh, that's a great hot take.
Thank you.
I felt terrible. So I know that one of these people that I'm about to talk about is not listening because she is not a sports fan.
Oh.
But the Super Bowl that the Eagles lost to the Chiefs, we had a few friends over. One of the friends brought his wife. His wife, not a sports fan.
That's tough.
I felt terrible for Riss because she was asking her questions.
Oh, no.
During the game about like, what's that? What's that? What's that? And I'm
That's
just
a football.
I mean, it wasn't that bad, but it was pretty close.
But see, that's what I'm saying. Like, Super Bowl parties are inevitably the worst. And yes, in a perfect scenario, you and all your like friends and ball knowers like, get to hang out.
Segregation is what you're talking about. In a perfect world, you segregate.
Yeah, in Super Bowl parties, I'm pro.
Yeah, you want the ball knowers and the non-ball knowers.
Yes, that type of segregation.
Honestly, we used to go to Super Bowl parties.
Bad month to bring that up.
When I was a kid, we would go to Super Bowl parties that were involved with people at our church. And it was pretty split. It was like, wherever I was is where the ball knowers were, where it was like, we're watching the game.
Yep.
Though I do remember the halftime show of my favorite Super Bowl of all time between the Patriots and the Panthers, where I was watching, and a guy who went to my parents' church, and I noticed something, and I looked at him. Was that a boob?
Oh,
it was.
Oh, wow.
It was a boob. It was a boob.
Very good.
David says, I'll attend a party if my team is playing. I'll attend a party if my team is playing in the Super Bowl.
See,
that sounds like the worst decision ever to make.
And I'm going to go opposite of that too, because the lone Super Bowl I've been able to watch in my lifetime with the Carolina Panthers, other than the 04.
Sorry, I didn't mean to bring up the boob one.
I was just a little baby boy back then.
But the other one,
the 2016
did you watch with somebody?
I went because we were living in our, my hometown of Sydney. Everyone in the neighborhood just goes to one house, the big party house.
Western Nebraska?
Yeah. So we were all
they
there.
have indoor plumbing.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Everyone pooped at the same time and flushed. It was great. We were watching it all at the same house, and it was quite literally on the tiniest TV screen possible. It was like the size of this little monitor.
That one we watched on a projection on the wall.
Must have been nice.
You should have come over there.
I should have.
It was snowing really hard that day.
I was also in high school.
We got
weird.
School. Oh wait, never mind. Not that day.
Okay.
No, never. I was thinking of the first one. I was watching on a TV at my house. You could have come over.
That would have been cool.
Would have been very strange.
Would have been.
You would have been a high schooler. There was someone like that was
in 2004. Which one are we talking about?
I thought we're mixing all the Super Bowls up now. Hot take, I believe. Nebraska basketball is fine. Wow, I can't believe that's a hot take.
Wow.
Hot take I could be talked into, though. Are you ready for this?
Yes.
I'm happy the Dallas Cowboys aren't in the Super Bowl, and here's why. What, Nick? What?
Go ahead.
You're going to like this, Nick.
No, this is
what
Nick's
is
hot
something,
take.
Nick, that you despise currently?
Pat McAfee.
America was the answer.
Wow.
The USA 250 patches are ugly as hell, and I'm happy that Dallas will never have to lift up the Lombardi Trophy with that god-awful patch on their uniforms. It's a good thing that the Cowboys missed the playoffs. It's a good thing that they didn't win in the first round or in the second round, which I've never seen, or in the conference championship game. And it's certainly good that they don't have a chance to win in the Super Bowl on Sunday because Dak Prescott would be lifting up the Lombardi trophy, and Jerry Jones would have his vinegar strokes, and there'd be the stupid USA 250 patch. It is ugly as hell. This thing sucks. I'm worried that it's going to be on the uniforms all year next year, too.
Oh, that would
it's
be
going to
gross.
solely all the highlights for the rest of time.
Yeah, true.
So if Dallas wins next year, hopefully they take it off before the Super Bowl.
Edit it out.
I hate it. It sucks.
That's a good take. That's a good take. I was not aware of the USA 250 patch. I agree. It is ugly.
Have you looked it up?
I did. It was
Dude,
very gross.
and it's on the uniforms. The Seahawks have like 8 patches.
Yeah, they have way
Patches
too
of
much going
Houlihan.
on right there. Yeah.
It's so busy.
Although I would argue it would be super sick if you had the Legion of Boom once again, and then they hit someone so hard the 250 patch came off. That would be sick.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. You know what? I can get talked into that one.
Yeah.
My hot take is I don't think the 250 patch is that bad looking.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
I think it looks fine. It's not intrusive. It's not gaudy. It's not great. It's not terrible. It's fine.
Sorry, I didn't even see your text or take, Nick. I was reading a weird text. What'd
Okay.
you say? Say it again.
The USA 250 patch is fine. It's
Terrible
not great.
take.
It's not terrible,
It's just-
but I
it's-
don't think it's like intrusive or bad. It's fine. It's just there.
It's too wordy. It's too big. It's the wrong color. It's all that sort of stuff. That's. I mean, there's just.
It's capacious.
It's not a logo. It's just words.
I ended
It's
up going
like-
and watching that scene this morning, Nick. When I came up with this hot take, I went and watched the scene. Did you watch Succession?
No.
Oh, sad. This woman comes in with a capacious bag, and then Tom Wamsgams was making all sorts of jokes. By the way, did you know there is someone in politics today with the last name Wamsgams?
No.
Yeah, it's not somebody, Nick, that I think you would ever vote for.
Whoa. What does that mean?
Well, that's a good question. Let's see.
Nick,
Loretta
can you explain?
Wamsgams is a political activist. She is involved in something called Patriot Mobile.
Oh,
she
Is that a cell phone company for True American Patriots?
This is the woman who lost in Texas in the runoff.
Dang it.
Wamsgams.
Dang it.
You don't know about.
Will she also be in the Turning Point halftime show?
I would be stunned if she is not. I would be stunned if she is not.
Where are they performing that, by the way? Do we know?
A question that I don't want to ever answer. Do
Your
you have
mom's
another hot
garage.
take? Got it.
No, that's all that I got.
My friend Aaron texted me.
Hello.
You are dumb as bleep. I figured that he was going
Whoa.
to respond to the things I said about his wife.
Oh.
He would agree. Like,
wow.
Her questions were like a bit unhinged.
Yeah.
A bit unhinged. I mean, dude, it's the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Marissa's favorite team is playing. They're about to lose in
Oh,
horrifying.
I didn't even take that
It was
part in.
that
Yeah,
part.
that's
It was
tough.
the loss to the Chiefs, not the win over the
Oh
Chiefs.
my God. I'm picturing it now. The overtime is starting and this woman is sitting next to her during the most stressful part of her entire life.
They
up to
didn't
that
play
point.
that Super Bowl didn't go to overtime.
Oh,
Famously,
okay.
the Eagles got called for a hilarious pass interference, and then the
Oh,
Chiefs
then
kicked the
even
field
that
goal.
even that scenario too. Sorry, I was thinking
It
of the
was-
49ers
it was-
one. My bad.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. It was really bad.
Patriots supply Nick would vote for her.
Ray tweets in Austin watching the 2016 Super Bowl, and it's Michael Scott. I love my team.
That is exactly how I felt. I was so mad during that Super Bowl. I left and walked home and watched the last 5 minutes of the game, which Denver just basically demolished the
game
defensive
sucked.
line and just ran
Stibbs
over.
made an 8-minute open the next day.
Listen, I like Stibbs, but every single time I see him like the Broncos, it just makes me hate him more.
Well, guess what? You'll get to hear his voice tomorrow.
I can't wait.
On 1620 The Zone.
He
He'll
does
be
have a
there.
nice voice.
If the Dallas Cowboys ever make it to the Super Bowl, hold your laughter. The only person that I want to watch the game with is my dad. I don't want my mom. I'm guessing she would occasionally wander downstairs. She very rarely watches Cowboys games with us.
Yeah.
She just sits upstairs and like laughs at all the crazy weird noises we make.
Mhm.
But it would be 2 people max. It would be my dad and my mom. And my mom really wouldn't. She doesn't like. It's gonna be fine.
Yeah.
She doesn't do that stuff, which is why I love. Among many reasons, I
Yeah.
love my mom. And my dad and I would just scream at the television. You know my dream, Nick? What do I want to do?
Walk your wife?
No.
He said he took his wife for a walk yesterday.
As you should. They got to get out of the house somehow.
I want to hug my dad as I cry tears
Oh,
of joy.
that's very nice.
With the Dallas Cowboys winning. the
I
Super
have that
Bowl.
same dream, but
With
it's
the
with Connor
America
Happer.
250 pass.
No, thank God they're not in the Super Bowl. I love it. They're not in the Super Bowl. Kevin writes, "Good evening." Is it good evening yet? It's 4:30.
It's 4:30.
The sun's
I think evening, the
This is
threshold for
always-
evening
yeah.
is 5 p.m.
This is always the weird part because you don't
Yeah,
want to be
but
like, hey, have a good afternoon, and it's like 4:45.
Yeah.
But you can have a good evening after 4:45.
There you go.
But you had a good
my friend
afternoon.
Aaron texts, and your family is literally mine. I don't know what that has to do with the Super Bowl and watching with my dad. I don't want to watch with anybody else in my family.
Means that
0 family members that I want to watch this Dallas Cowboys Super Bowl if it ever happens with, unless it's my father.
only person I want to watch the Panthers Super Bowl win with is Connor Happer.
There you go.
I have the same dream
True
you do.
Panthers fan, Connor Happer.
One of my Doug in Idaho says it's 5:30 in Tampa.
Good
You know
afternoon.
what?
Good evening.
It
Doug.
is.
Good evening in Tampa.
Wait, Doug, you're in Idaho, but yet, why do you know the Tampa time?
Interesting.
Was it 3:30?
Why didn't he just
Idaho?
say East Coast? Why did he say Tampa specifically?
I think Idaho's a little bit of both. I think it has a little bit of
double dipping.
Doug in Idaho says 5:30. Oh wait, that's the one I just read. Chance writes, Josh's mom reading a book while disaster unfolds on television. That does sound about right. In the basement reading a book, or old school, a magazine. Even, with her reader glasses on.
I'm trying to remember what the game is.
No offense, Mom.
My mom would always be playing, like when we'd be watching like NFL football or something like that, college football, especially on Saturdays. And she'd always want to play like Rummy, or like backgammon. Like she'd always want to play those. We'd be like, these games, we cannot.
This is
we
the
cannot
most
play these
important
during
game
this
of the
time.
season.
Yeah.
My mom sometimes puts puzzles together.
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe she'd be behind us putting a puzzle.
Why is it called puzzles? That's the puzzle.
And then,
Wow.
and then Remy, the dog, would probably just be running around freaking out every time we freak out.
Yeah.
That's what
Hey,
happens.
Daddy's home. Lick, lick, lick.
Lick, lick, lick. God, Remy, what a great dog. All right. When we return, speaking of the Super Bowl, we're talking about the Super Bowl. I saw a story today. Nick saw a story today and was like, wow, that could be in content. And we decided together collectively, no, this is a topic.
Whoa. Is it the Robert Kraft thing?
Stay tuned. Oh, we'll get to it next on 1620 The Zone. Josh Peterson, Austin Jacobson, and Nick Grimm on this Tuesday. Steve Sipple's going to join us in a few. A reminder that Super Bowl, we'll find out, that the Super Bowl LX, thankfully not involving my favorite team.
That means 60.
We'll be on 1620 The Zone on Sunday. Pregame will begin at?
Like 11. There's a lot of shows.
Like 11.
There's a lot of shows and pregame for the pregame. There's a lot going on Sunday.
There is. The no game ever has more pregame than the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
I will tell you the exact coverage. Super Sunday, which is this Sunday, which is Sunday the 8th, starts at 1 o'clock. Join us here on 1620 The Zone. If you can't watch the game, you should just listen.
You should.
That's the best way to listen to the Super Bowl.
That's what Michael Severe will be doing, driving around.
Because he hates this game.
He hates the Super Bowl.
But you know what he doesn't hate, I hope? What? Ranking things.
We love rankings.
I love ranking things. It's fun to do.
Yeah, me too.
And when other people rank things, I like clicking. Now, I don't know how you operate, Austin.
Don't click every link, though. Otherwise, you're going to be selling crypto.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of my friends recently on the X selling
Congratulations to Damon Benning,
Matt Coatney,
a crypto king if there ever was one. I don't always read the whole story. Like this one that I have open up, Austin, that we're about to talk about now is 41 minutes long. I didn't have time this morning for 41 minutes of reading. So what I did is I scrolled to the first one on the list, aka number 50, and then I scrolled to the top 5 because I thought, Nick thought we could do like a little talk about
a little back and forth,
but instead we're doing an actual segment. The story from The Ringer, ranking all 50 Super Bowl quarterback performances of the 21st century. My God, manna from heaven.
Yes.
What a great topic. By the way, if you were wondering like me, who is the worst quarterback of this century?
Winning quarterback?
No.
Okay.
So this is 50 quarterbacks. So this is all 50 quarterbacks that have played in the Super Bowl since the Super Bowl following the first full season, which was 2000. So you have 50 quarterbacks because you have 25 Super Bowls that have been played. You can. Which quarterback? It's not their career ranking.
Right.
This
it's
is
just
a
the game.
worst game, period. Who had the worst game?
Gannon?
No, he was number 49. Excellent guess by you. It was actually the losing quarterback of the first Super Bowl played in this list, Kerry Collins.
Of the New York Giants. That was my second guess, but yes.
He was 15 of 39 for 112 yards, 0 touchdowns, and 4 interceptions. His EPA per dropback was literally last. His success rate literally last. His yards per dropback was 2.
Whoa, wow. That's bad.
Of course, now, in fairness to Kerry Collins,
he's playing the greatest defense of the modern era.
He played the greatest defense of the modern era. Also, look at this photo of tiny baby Sean Payton as he's looking on the field.
Oh, wow.
It's so funny. He's like, this is going to be a terrible game.
Moments before disaster meme.
It really was. I mean, honestly, it was. Rich Gannon, as you mentioned, he was second. And so
Peyton Manning's Super Bowl is probably up there too.
Ooh,
right?
Okay.
Because Manning in
which Peyton Manning one?
Well, the Seattle one was notably bad, but did he throw a pick in that? I feel like no, he did because there was a pick 6 in there.
The Seattle one?
I think the Carolina one might have actually been worse.
Carolina one was 47th. That is the lowest any quarterback was in a victory. He was 13 of 23 for 141 yards, 0 touchdowns, 1 interception.
To Coney Ealy, the defensive end.
To Coney Ealy. Rex Grossman.
Rex.
Where are the other Peyton Manning ones? Let's see. The Seahawks one was 45th out of 50 quarterbacks.
Pretty bad.
The loss to the Saints, 28th. And the win over the Bears, only 26th. Famously, Peyton Manning, not really great in the playoffs, but he does have 2 rings, and that's all that matters.
Yep.
Let's get to the top 5 because certainly that's where the good quarterback play.
Show me Trent Dilfer.
Is going to be Trent Dilfer. Where is Trent Dilfer? 41.
Wow, dang it.
So Aaron Rodgers is just outside the top 5, which means he's 6th. That means he's not in the top 5.
I know, but he's still too high.
The highest ranking of a losing quarterback is. Who would you guess?
Brady in the Manningham Giants Super Bowl.
No, I thought you would. You're half right. It is Tom Brady. It is the loss to the Eagles when he threw for a Super Bowl record 505 yards.
But they're not discrediting like the fumble and interception that he had.
That's the author of this story, which was Justin Ruiz. I'm not totally convinced this isn't the best individual effort in Super Bowl history and maybe the most impressive game in Brady's incomparable career. But hashtag QB wins are a factor here. And Brady's game-ending fumble also knocks him down a few spots.
And don't forget, he also dropped the end-around pass.
Yeah.
Yep.
Had Brady avoided the fumble and led the Patriots on a game-tying drive, his performance in Minneapolis would have gone down as the best ever, a loss. So that is the highest any losing quarterback ranked on the Ringers list.
Where was that at? 5?
That was number 5.
Okay.
Number 4. So the rest of the list is just going to be dubs.
Okay.
And sadly, we have to go back but a year to Jalen Hurts and his performance. Isn't it wild how Jalen Hurts is like one of the most assy quarterbacks all the time, except like the 2 playoffs in which they went to the Super Bowl. He outperformed Mahomes in both Super Bowls.
Yeah.
Now, only one of them they won, but he outperformed him in both Super Bowls. 17-22, 221 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick. But he was also great on the ground, if I remember right. He also had that, in fairness to him, he had that nice pass to Devontae Smith that put him up 34-0 at the end of the third quarter, to which I was like, I am going to watch Andor very soon. And I did. I was like, see you later, dear. I'm going to go watch Andor. And I didn't see her for 2 hours because she was probably just watching Super Bowl stuff.
Very nice.
Again, a dream of mine.
Cool moment.
Hug my dad.
Yep.
Maybe record a podcast for posterity.
Okay.
As you should.
And then
With your dad?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I just want to sit on my couch and watch every highlight show until like 4 a.m.
That does sound
and
nice.
roll into work hungover the next day.
100%.
Again, those are the dreams.
Wow, you're going to come to work the next day.
Yeah. If the Cowboys win the Super Bowl, I'm going to lord it over everybody for the rest of
Would you
time.
appear on every show? Would you call in?
Excellent idea. I'll call your show.
Please.
Hey, Damon and Ravi. Great to hear from you, pals. The Dallas Cowboys won the Super Bowl. Again,
I
this
will
one,
set that up. I'll make sure
I'll
that
call
happens.
Philadelphia Sports Radio. I will call everybody.
As
if
you
you want
should.
me on your podcast, I will come on your podcast.
Do you already have a list of Philadelphia sports stations that you're ready to troll?
No, all I know about over there is WIP. But I'm sure that there's other Philadelphia. I'll call
Work in progress.
I'll call their public media, public access radio show.
There you go. Bang.
Want to talk a lot of trash. Number 3. Now, I mentioned with Tom Brady a few moments ago, he could have had this comeback in a losing effort to Philadelphia. Number 3, I'm a little surprised that this is number 3. It is Tom Brady.
The 28-3?
That is third.
That's crazy.
Isn't that nuts?
He played terribly. And listen, if I would have voted, James White deserved that MVP because he was the one who scored the overtime touchdown.
Oh, so wait, you think this one should be lower?
Oh, 100%.
Interesting. I think it should be higher.
Whoa, really?
So here's the thing. I mean, you're right. He had the pick 6, which was
put them
terrible.
in a terrible hole.
But he also brought them out of it. They were down 28-3.
Listen, you can get credit for getting yourself out of a bad situation, but you can't also gain credit for being the person who put you in a bad situation.
All right, so let me read Ruiz. He is partly responsible for digging the 28-3 hole he eventually pulled the Patriots out of. Brady's pick 6 was the worst play of the game by either team based on EPA loss, which was 9.4. Only Kurt Warner's pick 6 against the Steelers was a worse Super Bowl play based on that metric.
Wow.
And that's because Kurt Warner's happened at like the 5-yard line.
Yes.
And then it ran all the other way.
And the end of the half.
But then he points out, but then Brady was great. I watched the whole game-tying drive today when I read this story. Ridiculous.
Incredible.
God. I miss Tom Brady. I'll be honest. I miss Tom Brady. I miss Tom Brady. He was fun. He was a beast. He was good.
Don't worry, his clone's probably in a college somewhere.
Cool. Number 2, the quarterback that was on the end of the other Tom Brady game in the top 5, Nick Foles. I can't believe Nick Foles ranked this high.
Nick Foles.
I forgot. I mean, look, we all know about the Philly special. 28-43, 373 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 pick, and he had to catch. And, I mean, he didn't out-duel Brady because Brady had 505 yards, but he pretty much did, you know? So I guess I can't argue with that.
Yeah.
God. Number 1, who is your guess for the number 1 Super Bowl performance by a quarterback ever?
I know he doesn't have the gaudiest numbers or anything like that, but
you're warm already then.
The Drew Brees Super Bowl.
No.
Okay.
Patrick Mahomes against the Eagles. It's crazy. The top 4 features the quarterbacks. I guess the Jalen Hurts performance that I mentioned was on the other end, but it's pretty wild. And it's interesting. Fine, 21-27, 182 yards, 3 touchdowns, 4 picks. Or 0 picks.
182 yards.
But, I mean, because he writes it, there are plenty of quarterbacks who have thrown for more yards and touchdowns in a Super Bowl, but we've never seen a passer carry a team like Mahomes did against the Eagles. And he had the ankle injury.
Yeah.
And he had that super long run late in the game. I mean, he was really, really good.
Yeah.
I am surprised that was number 1.
So here's was Breeze's. And obviously people remember that Super Bowl more for the Tracy Porter interception.
And the onside kick.
And the onside kick.
And that was number 9, by the way.
Breeze went 32 of 39, 82%.
Yep.
No turnovers, 2 touchdowns, 288 passing yards, 1 by 14.
Not bad.
That's pretty good.
It was pretty good.
And it's because he didn't have the moment because, okay, so if you relive what happened in that Tracy Porter interception, the Colts probably go down and tie the game, right? And
yes. And then maybe he gets the game-winning drive.
Exactly. So
By the way, just rounding out the top 10 before we talk to Sipple,
Yeah.
I mentioned Aaron Rodgers in his win over the Eagles. Jalen Hurts in the loss to the Chiefs.
He was so good there.
You
But then
mentioned
had the fumble, yeah.
Eli Manning, the Mario Manningham game, not the first one. That pass. Helmet catch gets all the love. The Manningham pass is
The Manningham pass was much better than anything
Triggered.
that happened in the first one.
ultra trigger. Drew Brees, as you just mentioned. And then number 10, Matt Stafford against the Bengals, which is interesting because it was a 3-touchdown, 2-pick game. But, I mean, he had the game-winning drive. And the
Right.
no-look pass that he had was pretty silly.
Yeah.
Pretty silly.
He also tore Odell's ACL. In that
He
game.
did. Good job, Matt.
Thanks a lot, Matt.
Unreal. Mustache Adam says, part of me wants a USC with a half hungover, half drunk with Power Josh after a Cowboys Super Bowl because it would trigger John so much that he might leave mid-show. Oh,
What's
we?
What's your ultimate path? Like in a dream
who we
scenario
beat along the
So
way?
the Cowboys beat who in the Super Bowl? The Cowboys beat who in the NFC Championship? The Cowboys beat who in the divisional round?
Man, okay. We got to go to Sipple. I'm going to ruminate on this question, and
Okay.
we will do that after Sipple.
Okay.
That's a fun question.
Yeah.
That's a fun question. Rules. What no Nebraska basketball Final Four talk today? Weird. We talked about
We
Nebraska,
literally
right?
already got there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And I did say they're going to the Final Four earlier.
I did too as well.
There you go.
Yeah.
Steve Sipple, will he say they're going to the Final Four? Also, why did he trigger people this week on your show?
Which I avoided somehow.
Yep. We'll find out next on 1620 The Zone.
Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space. Hey, we gotta be careful here. He tells us when we speak. But when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many. Oh, Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
His name's Steve Sipple. He writes for Husker Online. He does a radio show on 93.7 The Ticket. He does a podcast with Husker Online, and he's a regular guest each and every week at this time. Hello, Sipple.
Wow, that was a good introduction, Josh. Thank you. Austin, hello. I hope you guys are having a good day.
We are having a great day. We just spent an entire segment. We didn't go through all 50 quarterback performances this century in the Super Bowl, but we talked about quite a few quarterback performances in Super Bowl. There was an article about it. That's how we got down that topic. Let me ask you this, Sipple, because we got a question from one of our intrepid listeners from the 402 that said, what about Doug Williams against Denver? Now, this was just since 2000, so Doug Williams did not show up, but it got me thinking, what is the best quarterback performance you have ever seen in the Super Bowl? And is it since 2000 or is it before?
You know how many Super Bowls I've missed? This is a bad question, Sipple. I went a long time not really watching them.
Sad.
Not sad. It just was a
heartbreaking
sort of a choice for a while. So I've missed a lot of them. If I had to,
Well, that should be easier then for you. You're not going to have very many to choose from.
well, but also it sort of suggests I didn't pay that close attention.
Fair.
Seems like when I was a kid, Terry Bradshaw for the Steelers. I'm going back to like 1970s. Had a big.
No, it's when they beat the Cowboys. Come on now.
Yeah, why you got to bring up the Cowboys losing?
They played the Cowboys. That's right. It was epic.
Yeah, 1978. Jackie Smith.
Yeah, Lynn Swann and Stalwart. Your older listeners will remember all of those names.
Mm-hmm.
Franco Harris. It seems like Bradshaw had a big game.
Mean Joe Green.
But let's see what else.
Yeah, in the win over the Rams, he had 309 yards and 2 touchdowns. He won his second straight Super Bowl MVP.
Wow, that's like 700 yards.
And the one that in the Jackie Smith game that Austin mentioned the year before, 17 of 30, a then record 318 yards and 4 tutties against the Cowboys.
Dang.
Yeah, he whipped it downfield. I mean, he was a downfield guy, and he had those big, long, fast receivers, mainly Swan and Stalwart. I mean, they were long and fast, So, I don't know. That's what comes to mind. Montana, right? Montana was a big one.
Yep.
Those are the main ones.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
I'm not very good on that subject.
I've watched 30 straight Super Bowls, meanwhile.
Goodbye.
Well, this Sunday will be my 30th consecutive. I've not missed a Super Bowl since I started watching Super Bowls.
Nice. That's pretty big of you.
Thank you. Though you know what, Sip? I'm kind of getting out on them because this Cowboys situation is getting dire. And I've reached the point of fandom where I'm not happy for other people anymore. And I want I want failure for everybody except for my team.
Wow, dire. What's dire?
Well,
why so dire?
So
why? What's
famously, the Dallas Cowboys last won a Super Bowl in Super Bowl 30 years ago last month. Since then, Sip, they have never even made it to the NFC Championship game. They are the only NFC team in that time frame to do so. And the only other NFL teams who haven't made it to that game are, I believe it's the Dolphins and the Browns and the Texans. And the Texans didn't come into existence until 2002.
Yeah,
that's
dire.
Yeah.
All right, Sip. Sip, on the Nebraska football side, so something you are an expert in.
There we go.
What is the spin zone for Nebraska football and losing their assistant to the assistant special teams coach, with Martin moving on to be the head coach for a high school football team?
That was perplexing to me. I don't know how to spin it. I mean, that's was perplexing because I think it was January 16th. I think that was the day Rule was on Sports Nightly, the Nebraska's deal. And he talked openly about, keeping it in-house. He mentioned Josh Martin and Brett Maher and Nick Humphrey by name. And so I thought, okay, that's what we're doing. In fact, I wrote it for a Sunday column that's what they're doing. And then this, I get a text last night that this is happening. And I guess I was just perplexed. Now, I don't want to, it's not necessarily a horrible thing. I mean, Josh Martin got a good job. Maybe he wasn't expecting to get that job, and then he got it. Now, what do? You take it. I think you take that job. Now you're saying, wait a second, he could be the special teams coordinator at Nebraska. I don't know. I don't know. It's a head coaching job in Texas. That's pretty good too. So he wouldn't have made, the money. I don't know what they would have done if they spread the duties, like Nebraska, if they spread the duties, he would have made a pile of money. I don't know. I just know this. He was the guy that would have to lead it of those three. This is where I can speak with some authority. Of the three guys, Nick Humphrey, Brett Maher, and Josh Martin easily had the most experience with special teams. He was a special teams coordinator at SMU in 2018 and 2019. Had some decent results. They're kind of mixed. But Nick Humphrey is a 20-something. He was playing for Eckler at Tennessee in 2022. Brett Maher, I just don't think that's viable. He was a specialist coach. He was a part-time coach. There's a lot that goes into coordinating special teams, and I don't think Maher, God bless him, he knows what he's doing with specialists. But I hope people understand that that's a whole different. It's a whole different world to take on that entire room and lead it every day. It's a huge job. So I don't know what it's possible that Rule has someone from the outside in mind, and there's time to do that. You can still do that.
Yeah, I'm with you. Steve Sipple joining us. I'm with you. I don't think this has to be the worst thing in the world. I think it's just that it comes off of a strange month in terms of special teams conversation and Eckler. And again, not even that Eckler left because we've gone down this road before, so we don't have to do it again. He left for more responsibilities, but the way in which Rule talked about him in that, the January 16th radio show. It's all of that I think causes us to look at this a little side-eyed, like that's weird. It's just weird.
Yeah. Especially this Martin thing, which, again, I have this thought he would be the guy sort of leading the room, but not with the sort of presence that a $700,000 special teams coordinator would have. But still, he'd be the main voice. That's what I thought until last night.
Steve Sipple joining us. Sip, did you realize that you triggered a large portion of the fan base when you were on with our great friends Ravi Lula and Damon Benning last Friday when you said that and I don't hope to put words in your mouth, but I think you said that Michigan State is a proof of concept game, and that a large portion of people, they kept referencing this to me, and I didn't know where it was from, and it was eventually traced back to you. Did you realize you got people's dander up?
What? Oh, really? Why?
I don't know. I was going to ask you.
Sip, the same thing happened to me. Josh asked me, and it's a show that I produce over at Hurdat, and I just said, this is news to me that Sip stirred up the column a little bit.
Yeah, so I guess I was going to ask you to maybe explain for those who didn't like that opinion in the first place of why that could be a proof of concept game. Because I think it was in regards to the schedule, of course, which came out last week, and the 5-0 runway that we're going to probably spend the next 7 months talking about. And you referenced that as like a proof of concept game. I think Damon asked you about the idea of getting people off of rules back.
Yeah, I'm not altogether sure what proof of concept mean. That can mean different things to different people. I guess what it meant to me was that things are going as you would want, or there's progress being made. And I think going on the road and winning at Michigan State would be some level of evidence that there's progress. If you start 3-0, right, and then you win at Michigan State, say what you want. I mean, I get it. It's a first-year coach there.
Yep.
But I've covered the league a lot for all these years, and I know what. Look, we don't know the personnel exactly for a lot of these teams right now, or we could now, I guess. After the portal season ended, we could look at it. I haven't looked at Michigan State that close, but listen, when you cover the league, you understand. You understand that when Michigan State comes out of the tunnel, they'll look representative, especially up front. They'll have tough dudes in the lines. I'm not saying their lines are going to be great. They haven't been recently, but they'll be representative. It's East Lansing, it's Michigan, it's Michigan State. They'll have guys. So it'll be a tough game. I'd be surprised. I guess I would be a little taken aback if people think that that'll be an easy game for Nebraska. I don't know why.
I don't think it's an easy game.
No, come on. I mean, 50-50 game in my eyes.
Along those lines, Sip, you finished your column today. You wrote, Nebraska football faces low expectations in 2026, can simultaneously be a pressure reliever and a source of motivation. I wonder, and that kind of going with what you just said a moment ago, I wonder how you have squared some of the expectations talk that we have had, like literally you and I together on this show over the years with the bar, I guess. And this is, I'm not trying to like push back, but because I'm with you, I think weirdly winning at Michigan State would say something, even though like it's a first-year coach and that's not like a great program at this moment in time. How do we square all this stuff together where the pressure or the expectations are dropping to the point where we're like, yeah, a win over a first-year coach in East Lansing could be viewed as a proof of concept type performance that this program needs right now?
Okay, I get now why people are now. Did we talk through this stuff? Proof. I don't know about proof, but it'd be some evidence
of concept.
Yeah, evidence that the concept has some steam, I guess. I don't know, but yeah, Josh, the expectations aren't high.
No,
they're just not. No. Rule did a good job. I thought Rule's answer to that. I circled back to his answer to Kyle Crooks when Crooks asked him about Indiana and what was that question? Like, Nebraska fans, what do you tell Nebraska fans hoping for a jump? And Rule said, we're not going to have that discussion, basically, that we just need to be quiet and work. It was a great answer by Matt. I mean, that's where they are. And the expectations aren't high, nor should they be. As Matt pointed out himself, Rule, the last 3 games take care of that. I mean, they're terrible. I mean, you saw them, and they were every bit as bad as the scores indicated, if not worse. In fact, the bowl game was worse than the final score indicated. And that's it. I mean, he's in Rule's in kind of a fix. It's not insurmountable, but they got to make hay early, and they do. They really do. They got to build some steam, and maybe they can surprise people. And I will say this: I wrote what I wrote. I should have probably added. I do think there's value in not having expectations and sort of laying in the weeds. That's what I've said over the years. I think there's value in that.
All right, Sip. So Josh and I were talking about this a little bit ago about kind of the, I guess, negative stance from some of the fan base moving into this 4th year under Rule, kind of where the offseason has been so far. And I had made the argument that maybe there's not as many, the big moments that you're going to get like we've seen from Rule over the past few offseasons that we've seen just in, media appearances and such. What's your thought on if is it necessary for Rule to try to build up that hope again and try to turn it into a positive going into next year? And if so, do you have is it like the spring game? Is it something else that can be done? Is that something that's a priority for them as they move into 2026?
I don't think it's a priority. I mean, if you're talking about media appearances, how many, what he says at the podium, all that. Is that what you're
Yeah,
asking me?
Well, just
Yeah.
trying to provide, I guess, just that ray of positivity, right?
Yeah, here's how I'd answer it. First of all, I think he's already dialed back. I thought maybe he would do something, Matt Rule. I thought he'd maybe do something this week because of signing day. I know signing day is de-emphasized, but I thought maybe like tomorrow or the next day he would just make an appearance and talk about the transfer portal class, and then this signing class. But he won't be available, I don't think, until the week that spring ball starts. And I think that's just in keeping with what he said on Sports Nightly. I mean, it's just time to be quiet and work. I think you'll see a quieter, so to speak, Rule. I do. I think you're already seeing it, frankly. And he'll talk because he represents the program. He's not going to go mute, but I think he'll dial it back. I don't think there'll be as much media access this spring. I think they'll dial that back. I mean, it could be, instead of 3 days a week, it might be 2 or even 1. I think that's very possible. It happens to be during basketball season, and I think they want that to be, to have the stage. I think that's part of it. As far as what he says, I've said it, and I'll keep saying it. If I were Rule, I would make sure that Calandria is prominent in the discussion, and Arch. I think those are the rays of hope. I think Calandria is that guy. His production is enormous. His production is, at UNLV was enormous and good. And Arch maybe will breathe some fire into a defense that badly needs fire.
Yep.
I mean, we've covered that. And that's probably largely why he's here. And let's see what it looks like, and I think those talking points are really important.
Sip, last one before I let you go. Spring practice being so early. I'm very kind of curious now in the weeds of like, why so early? And I know that there are some logistics with the stadium and some of the stuff they're doing there in April, but from a football standpoint, why do you think that they think this is good? That it will, it's going to end essentially a month earlier than it normally does, which means you have a month on the back end of the off season before the season starts that they normally didn't have either.
Well, I think a lot of it is what Rule has said. That he just kind of wanted to get going and see what he has in these new guys.
Yeah.
Not language. Just go. Let's go. Let's get it going.
Literally turn the page. That's what Mitch Sherman said yesterday. Like, turn the page into the next season.
Yeah, I think that's a lot of it. They got the guys here. Now let's just get it started. I don't, and then I do think there is an element to, the injury thing can be beneficial to have that much time after the spring game to get guys healed. And I do think that could be a factor. But I think mainly it's what Mitch alluded to, and just the idea of we have all these new guys, let's get it going. And and move on. I wouldn't overthink it. I think that's mainly what we're talking about.
Yeah. Makes sense. Steve Sipple, Husker Online, 93.7 The Ticket, joins us on Tuesdays. There was a text Sip that came in from Sean. Why does Sipple go on video on Austin's show, but won't on your show?
Sip, I can answer this for you. It's because they tricked you into getting on video last time.
Is that true?
What? No, I don't. What's going on here?
When you went on the Ravi and Damon show on Friday, they tricked you into getting on video.
Oh, it could have been a trick. They said their phones were down.
That is true. And so the only availability to get through the phone is
via
the
he
stream.
Joins on StreamYard.
But then here's the trick, Sip, is when they send that link, you don't have to be on the video, but you should be. You should join.
That's true. You
video.
can turn the camera off.
Yeah.
That's a great point.
I can do video. Are you guys StreamYard, Josh?
We're StreamYard. You're usually in your car, so I would never even think to ask you if you could do video.
Driving with Sip?
I am in my car. I'm in my car today too, but I pulled off in Ashland.
Nice.
I could have done it. But it was good. Thank you. That was a good conversation.
Love talking to you. Have a great rest of your week. Enjoy whatever you watch of the Super Bowl.
Yes. Thanks, Sip.
All right. Thank you, guys. See you later.
That's Steve Simple joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. When we return, I've been listening to Simple, but also trying to think of the glorious path for the Cowboys. Now, I'm going to annoy myself when we return, and I'm going to give flowers to my two least favorite teams of all time in the NFL. I'm going to award flowers, and that will then help explain some of my thoughts on what I would want to happen.
Okay.
So we'll get to that when we return. And we also have content, which Nick is still, I see him. He's working away. He's typing questions.
He's working fast.
He's putting in pronunciation guides. How do I say Djokovic? Those types of questions. I'm looking forward to whatever he has for us. So we'll get to that and more. Perhaps that Robert Kraft thing as well coming up.
Maybe.
We still got
you never know
45 minutes. We'll have to also decide how many of the topics we hit.
Ooh.
Because this is a new bonus topic.
Which
means I'm going to take some of the prep from today and copy and paste it for tomorrow's show.
With one
Mike Stibbs.
Nice.
So that means Mike Stibbs will get to discuss. Oh, here it is. What do you think about the Carolina Panthers offseason needs? I can't wait to discuss it with Stibbs. We'll do that tomorrow. All right. We'll talk about the glorious Cowboys Super Bowl path. Wow. You're just making me dream.
I think it'll be fun.
Next,
I'm excited to find out.
On 1620 The Zone. We are nearing the end of a Tuesday Grum, which is very sad news.
On a Tuesday?
But don't worry,
Nice.
we'll be back on Wednesday. We'll
On
have
a
another.
Wednesday.
We'll have
Show
another
every
Grum.
day.
Every weekday.
Whoa.
From 2 to 6.
You ever get tired of talking?
1620thezone.com.
You know, not really.
Yeah.
Most of the time I can do it. You know,
That's pretty good.
There's lots of stuff to talk about. I sent you the list of things today, and
Yeah, we
seriously,
barely got through
we didn't get to all of them.
I got us distracted a couple times. That's on me.
I like it.
Distracting boy.
I like it. It's
That's
fun.
why I set the line at 3.5.
So
Where are we at on that, by the way?
Okay, excellent question. Before we get into the bonus topic. It depends. Guests do not count as
No,
the topics.
they don't.
Okay. So here, I guess I should just pull up the Grum down and we can go over it together and see how many of these we got. So you set it at 3.5.
Yeah.
Austin is here and it's a day with a bit. Okay, that doesn't count. Yogurt blesses us with his milky takes.
We got that.
We got to
Bang.
that.
One.
Back to the special teams drawing board.
We got that.
Okay. More on the Nebraska football vibes.
We got that.
Super Bowl quarterbacks.
Oh,
Nice.
Also,
Nerd Hitler.
Does the super hot take market count, Nick, or is that just like a benchmark? So
That's
it
just a
can't really
benchmark.
count?
I wouldn't
Okay.
count it.
All right. So I'm going to give flowers to the Eagles and Giants in a moment. But first, Katie writes, if I'm fortunate enough to ever watch the 49ers win a Super Bowl, also, he put Super Bowl as one word. Katie, come on, man. You're an educated man. You practiced law. It's Super Space Bowl. Anyway.
Also, I don't like people who say Soup Bowl.
What about Super Bowl?
Or superb owl.
That's what I just said.
You said super bowel.
Yeah, you did say bowel. That was
What do
odd.
you think about a Super Bowl?
I'm not a fan of the Super Bowl.
I will
Needs
pay
more
to
fiber.
I will pay to sponsor a segment on your show. It would be worth every penny. That would be very funny. John would not handle it well. Also, the Cowboys and Sipple was like, "Why is it dire for the Cowboys?" And then I told him like, "My life is hell." There's like this one tiny funny little thing that I get to say where it's like, "Yeah, they've won a Super Bowl more recently than the 49ers, though," and it's like. I am more comfortable talking trash to a 49er fan even than like a Panther fan, which doesn't make sense because at least you've made it to 2, even though you haven't won any. But there's just something about their last happening the year before the Cowboys last, even though I would much rather be a 49er
Well,
fan.
and in color TV, unlike yours. So there's that too.
See, and I suck it. I also don't
Incredible.
even get like HD highlights. You know, like I don't have any of that. I thought about rewatching.
I can barely see the players on that screen.
I've thought about rewatching the Netflix doc because I never finished it because I watched it and they traded Micah and I got so mad.
Wow, bad timing.
Because I finished the Steelers.
I was there that day.
Oh god, that was so.
Yeah.
Oh, I was so.
That's
pissed.
actually fair. When I was watching the Dolphins in season Hard Knocks, and then they started to tank. It might have been that Titans game. That's where I just stopped watching.
Yeah.
I couldn't finish it.
And they don't blame you for not watching that anymore.
But I thought about getting back to it and then finishing it maybe. Michael writes, this is not related to Cowboys, but I did want to read this because it mentioned Dyer. Can't think things aren't at least trending towards Dyer if we're at the point that a game versus Michigan State with a first-year coach will likely be coming off a loss to Notre Dame is still a toss-up for Rule and a goalpost for glimpses of progress. Excellent point. Maybe something we can tap into tomorrow with Stips. Okay, so you said what would be the ultimate path to win the Super Bowl. So I was thinking about this with the teams that I despise. There is something that, first of all, I'm jealous that the Giants and the Eagles have a combined 4 Super Bowls in this time period. There is also, for each of them, the fact that it came against the 2 dynasties of, I don't want to say this era because eras are different, of the last 20 plus years.
Yeah, the quarter century, yeah.
The Giants beat the undefeated Patriots.
Yep.
They will always own that.
Yep.
They beat the Patriots again, which is like this special, like you beat the Patriots.
They're the Brady Slayers, yes.
And then the Eagles also beat the Patriots. So, and then who did the Eagles beat last year? The potential 3-peat Chiefs. And so there are Super Bowls. There have been 59 of them so far. There will be a 60th on Sunday. This game will mean the world to whomever wins it. There is no doubt about that. Barring either of these teams, though, turning into like a new dynasty, it's not going to have like this extra gravitas that those 4 Super Bowls that I just mentioned have.
You're right. The only potential they have for like the everlasting highlight would be if the game is like remarkably the greatest Super Bowl in
It's
history.
memorable because of the game, not because of the team in which they beat. Because I don't like, no offense to both of these teams. They're really good teams. They are not all-timers.
Yeah.
I have watched all-timers. These are not all-timers. The Giants beat an undefeated team and then the Patriots again, and then the Eagles beat the Patriots. And that was in the middle of the Patriots winning a Super Bowl every other year.
Also a really good Patriots team.
And a really good Patriots team. And then, I mean, dude, the taking down the Chiefs is going to feed generations.
And also, regardless of what the Chiefs were at that point too, and obviously they were old, they were the 1-score Chiefs all that season. they were on the verge of a three-peat. I mean, like,
yeah. I mean, you literally ended the three-peat. It's got to be the greatest feeling of all time.
Right.
So from the Cowboys' perspective, it's almost like I want to go like in reverse order.
Please. Are you starting the wild card?
See, I'm happy you asked that. I don't know. Should I want? You don't want that. I'd rather have home games.
Okay, but realistically, you have a 1 in 7 chance if you're in the postseason to be the 1 seed. So realistically, you would be playing in a wild card.
But the Eagles last year were the 2, and they got to play 3 home games. So like it is possible. You just need a tiny bit of luck along the way. You need like one tiny upset.
And you asked for his ultimate path, which I don't think includes wild card.
Yeah, I mean, winning 4 playoff games would be way cooler than winning 3 playoff games because then like. Here's a sneaky thing about sports that I think is underrated. If you like a team, when they lose in the playoffs, you're heartbroken, but you also are sad because you don't get to watch them anymore.
Yeah.
You like grow
That's
to
how I
love
felt about the Panthers.
Yeah, you grow to love watching. Yeah, like you enjoyed this team,
It's
right?
not that I was like, oh, the Panthers are going to win the Super Bowl if they win the first round game over the Rams. I was like, I like where they're going right now, and it's fun to watch them for the first time in a long time. I want to keep watching them play.
The 2014 and 2016 Cowboys are way sadder for me than any of the recent ones, mainly because they were a surprise team in that year to me, where it was like, wow, I'm really enjoying this. And so not only did they win a lot, but then they lost, and it was like, wow, now I don't get to watch my friends anymore. It's like a TV show getting canceled.
Was that the last Romo year?
2016, 2014.
The first Dak year, right?
2016, Romo got hurt in the preseason, and then Dak was a rookie and started that year. 2014 was the last year that Romo started, and he didn't even start the whole season. I went to a Monday night game with my dad that year against Washington, and Romo didn't start. And they lost that game, which meant that they didn't get the 1 seed, and thus they had to go to Green Bay. Triggered still all these years later.
DeMarco Murray year was very fun.
That was the 2014 year. So
where's my flowers for my ball knowledge?
I think to answer the question, let's go first round, and let's say that they're the 2 seed, and along the way, a 1 seed is going to get upset, so they're going to have 3 home games. Because I've never gotten to watch them play multiple playoff games in a Cowboy stadium in the playoffs. I don't even know who I want in the first round. I mean, like, yeah, it'd be fun
Can I
to
give
knock
you a
out.
suggestion?
Yeah, crappy Giants.
No, why wouldn't you want the Rams in the first round?
Ooh, to beat John?
Yeah.
Sounds fun. That sounds great.
Would it be better to beat John in the first round or later?
No, because yes, I will. Let's beat John right away. Funny, hilarious, haha, 2 versus 7. He's talking all this junk. Go,
then he has to stew in it.
And then he has to kiss my butt on the radio. That's the bet that we make. The loser has to kiss a bear behind.
Whoa.
John?
A bear's behind?
Yes.
McMaster?
Damn it. You beat me to the joke.
I don't know if you want to kiss that.
That was good.
Second round of the playoffs arrive. Now, I should have had them beat the Giants, but I guess I don't really hate them like I used to because they're just kind of a
What about
franchise.
Oh, no.
What were you going to say?
I was going to say 49ers.
See, and again, like,
because then it would make John conflicted.
I have 2 teams in the NFC that I despise overall: the Eagles and the Packers,
and the Cowboys after they traded Micah.
Cowboys actually are number 1. Let me ask you this: if the Cowboys ever beat the Eagles in the playoffs, that would be like the worst moment of my wife's life. In terms of fandom.
And the best for you.
Yes. That's a real tough moment.
Do you guys go to bed at the same time?
We would. Yeah.
Well, they would have separate beds. They'd go 50,
you go
50
Amish
style.
Yeah, nice.
Like that is like, I'll be honest. I never want to play them in the playoffs. It will eventually happen.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, Cowboys haven't played the Eagles in the playoffs since 2009.
It will eventually happen.
It will eventually happen. If I live for 50 more years, it's going to happen at some point. It'll probably happen multiple times.
Yeah.
That sounds miserable. But, I mean, it sounds pretty cool because I hate them the most. I think, you know what? The Packers are the 1 seed. The Cowboys beat them in the NFC Championship game because there would be something special about going into Lambeau. This is why I was thinking about this the other day. I was getting sad about the 2014 team because not only would they have beat Green Bay, which would have been cool, winning in Lambeau in the cold is like this ultimate proof of toughness.
Yes.
And one of the things that people say about the Cowboys is they're not tough, and they're right. They're like a wimpy team that has gold toilets and things like that. I would love to beat them. So I guess we'll go John's Rams, my wife's Eagles, and then the Packers. And then in the Super Bowl.
See, this is where it gets tricky for you, though, right? In the AFC?
Yeah, well, I have a team that I despise more than every AFC team.
I hope it's the Bills.
It is not the Bills.
I hope you have to live with a
not the
Cowboys.
Titans.
Josh
Bills Super Bowl.
Hudson's Tennessee Titans.
They had 2 of them in the 90s. Those were great times. I hate the Steelers.
Oh.
Despise them. But to go back to the beginning of this conversation, generational teams. So if it's my dream and I get to control the narrative, this is happening next year, and they're beating Patrick Mahomes on the comeback tour and the Chiefs.
Wow.
Because that would mean something more. Beating Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. I mean, honestly, beating Josh Allen. But then people are like, oh, Josh Allen can't win the big game.
And
Yeah,
also,
because he's overrated.
You're absolutely right that it is the Chiefs because especially if this happens in the next season, then it's you beat Matt Stafford and the Rams on
Hell yeah.
their last gasp.
Eagles.
You beat the Eagles, who are
Then they fire everybody.
exactly, and then the Giants, who are like, or not the Giants, I'm sorry,
Packers.
the Packers, who are like, oh, maybe this is finally over the
Fire
hump, whatever.
LaFleur and Jordan Love.
And then
trade Micah back to the Cowboys for the Super Bowl.
And then you beat the Chiefs, which again, if this happens next year, it would be Patrick Mahomes' comeback season, probably an MVP year too, because he would get all the narrative and everything else. And that means then it's like, oh, the Chiefs' new dynasty loading, and you beat the dynasty.
Boom. That sounds awesome.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Now, can I ask you one little caveat?
Yeah.
Your divisional and championship round. You mentioned Lambeau. You want to win in Lambeau.
I want to win in Lambeau. So they're 2 seed. We're winning in Lambeau.
Do you want to win at Lincoln Financial Field?
No, I mean, that sounds
because
amazing.
I'm not a Cowboys fan, but I would argue that your home games aren't as important as winning
They're
at
not.
someone else's place.
There's not. And it's more just like it'd be cool to have them have home games. Because I guess, again, I'm building a perfect world, right?
Yeah. If you're literally deciding the perfect outcome.
And so like the only negative about having to go on the road is that means the regular season is up and down, which is like a stupid qualifier. You know, it didn't take anything away from the Giants 07 run that they were a wild card team.
I mean,
in fact, it made the run more enjoyable, but the season before it kind of was frustrating.
I mean, not necessarily. Like you could be like, I mean, the 49ers this past season, like,
they were
like
a good
12
5 seed.
You go 12-5 or something like that, and then you're just one game behind.
Going to the link and winning would be ultimate awesomeness.
See,
I clean my pants.
I know what your path was. That's very good.
You know me well. Jordan says Cowboys beating the Rams, then the Seahawks, then the 49ers would be personal hell for John. That'd be funny because he would then have to root against the Cowboys for teams he despises.
Yeah.
And then they could play the Patriots in the Super Bowl.
That's what I was saying with the 49ers earlier.
Yeah, John would be pretty pissed. But here's the thing. I don't hate the 49ers. They have beaten the Cowboys. They own the Cowboys. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Everybody does. Like I don't have an extra space in my heart to hate them like I do the Packers and the Eagles and even the Steelers. But I want a generational win. Plus, I mean, let's be honest. Cowboys win the Super Bowl would be like the biggest Super Bowl of all time. Welcome back, baby.
And also, I was going to make that same exact point. If the NFL scriptwriters are listening right now, which of course they are at 1620 The Zone,
Russia, if you're listening,
they should want that because could you imagine the numbies on the television Super Bowl ratings of Patrick Mahomes' comeback tour to bring back the new dynasty for the Chiefs versus the Dallas Cowboys?
Wow.
I mean, that's just numbers printed on all the papers.
If this happens next year, Jared Jones lives forever.
Oh, that would definitely be a Super Bowl angle. Are you winning this one for Jared?
If they win a Super Bowl against the Chiefs, Jerry Jones can live forever because my life is complete. I would be so happy.
Smiles and glory holes.
Sonny writes, Josh, explain why you hate the Steelers so much, other than the fact that they dominated the Cowboys back in the generation when the Cowboys deemed themselves America's team. Explain, please. First of all, Dallas didn't do that. NFL Films did. Get your facts straight. I don't know. I mean, like, don't you hate teams? Why do you hate the Cowboys? I don't know. Everyone's obsessed. I hate the Steelers.
I don't know if I hate teams. I hate it. When I was younger, I hated players, like specific players. Which,
Big Ben is a creep.
I didn't like Peyton Manning for the longest time.
An alleged creep? I don't know if I have to throw alleged.
No,
he's a scumbag.
I'm pretty sure it's
Antonio Brown sucks.
Yeah.
Le'Veon
Bell, good guy.
He held out for a whole season and he kind of torpedoed his career. Like, don't you just have teams that, even if you don't play them very often, you despise? Like, those are the Steelers for me.
I have a grudge against Tom Brady for the rest of my life.
Yeah,
That's
well,
fair.
I mean, everybody did, to be honest.
Sicilian in chat writes, would you take a Nebraska national championship or a Cowboys Panthers Dolphins?
This is a hard one for me.
This isn't even close for me. It's undoubtedly Nebraska national championship. Listen, this is exactly where my fandom lies. I would take a Nebraska Big Ten championship. I would take a Nebraska college football playoff appearance before I took a Panthers.
You know, after giving it some thought, I think I'm going to have to go with the Dolphins winning the Super Bowl.
What if it was Dolphins or Hawkeyes?
I think I'm going to have to go with the Dolphins.
Really? Yeah, Cowboys, there's that idea of fandom points. You have 100 points and then find all of your favorite teams or cars, engines that you like. Divide those up. People are always like, yeah, what would yours be? Like 50-50? It's like, no, it's like 95-5. It's not even close.
I'm going to change mine to
Nebraska
the Hawkeyes
football would be
because
great
it would
for
be
the station.
funny.
But they lose to Nebraska in the regular season. Door 1 or door 2?
I'll take door 2 because Iowa's still winning a national championship, and that's the one thing that Nebraska fans always hold over Iowa fans' heads.
Jordan writes, Josh would carry Jarrah on his shoulders if Dallas won a Super Bowl.
That'd be cool.
Jerry, you can come sit in on the show and hang out with John and me if this happens.
Do you think if you replace John with Jerry, anyone would notice?
Whoa.
What do you think he smells? He got to smell crazy, right?
Soap.
Whoa.
You know it's soap.
Jared Jones got to smell crazy, like Stetson cologne.
I don't even know what that is, old man.
Yeah, that's news to me.
Old man cologne.
News to me. Let's see. I think those are all the comments. All right. Thank you.
Good stuff.
What a fun topic. I lay in bed at night and I dream about that moment happening.
I hope it happens for you.
Hey, your lips,
listen,
God's ears, baby.
If it's a non-zero chance that path is possible.
It is. It's absolutely possible. Sonny writes, as a Steeler fan, of course, I hate the Ravens, but I hate the Patriots even more. When the Ravens play the Patriots, I root for the Ravens because the Patriots own the Steelers.
I hate that narrative of like rooting for a team that you hate just.
But
so
you
they can
have
beat
to,
another
right?
Team.
Patriots do own the Steelers. Holy crap! They play in the playoffs, and it's like, good night, Pittsburgh.
Well,
you are going to lose.
The Brady era Patriots, the Dolphins owned them a bit too.
In the regular season, they did. They always found very strange ways to beat them. They cost them one of the 15-1 Steelers back in Roethlisberger's rookie year. They were the 1 seed, and in part because they beat the Patriots, but the Patriots lost to the Dolphins.
The Fitzmagic Dolphins
on a Monday night.
Yeah.
No, that was you're thinking of 2018.
I am.
Yeah. I was talking about 04.
Oh, well,
when I was a tiny baby boy.
I was 7.
You ready for this, Nick? Patriots lost to the Steelers on Halloween. I remember it, and then I did Halloween things with my girlfriend.
Whoa.
And a friend and his girlfriend.
You had some nighttime fun.
No,
were you guys swinging?
No, we were just trick-or-treating.
Nice.
That's all we were doing.
You had some upside-down pineapples in your Halloween bag.
Nelson writes, dated a girl in high school, big Steelers fan. I quietly rooted for the Packers with her family that Super Bowl. I'm a Vikings fan. That's excellent.
Chris, I miss John. Too much Cowboys talk when he's gone.
We did one Cowboy segment.
No, that's fair. I think I see where he's getting
This
at.
has been too much.
All it was, hey,
Chris,
have you ever had a dream?
How many Panthers or Dolphins segments did we do
Hey,
today?
Chris, did you stick around for the slice of baseball we gave you about a couple hours ago? That was fun.
We did a slice of baseball.
Yeah, it was a little pre-slice of baseball.
Ooh, yeah, pre-slice.
A little
that's right,
shareable.
when we were like,
it was a shareable of baseball.
Speaking of pineapples. Upside down, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Speaking of pineapples,
whoa,
it'll be dinner time soon. But first, we have to get to some content. Whoa! Coming up in content, Tom Chattel has put a number on Nebraska and Creighton's chances to make the NCAA tournament.
Well,
what will those numbers be?
Guessing one single digits.
Also, a team that now comes up every time, or a coach that comes up every time Austin is in, will get mentioned yet again.
Great.
And there is something on television tonight.
Really?
Will we watch?
Okay.
Indeed. That is coming up when we return on 1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike. All right, welcome back. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. The show is almost over. We have hit 4 of the topics that we thought we would.
Bang.
Good job by us.
Good job. Look at us. And listen, that line, perfect, because we just barely got over it.
Let's see.
I told you I'm great at this.
We'll see what Nick sets the lineup tomorrow. But first, it's time for him to read us questions that he wrote.
Tom Chattel.
Good friend.
Writes that Nebraska has a 95% chance to make the tournament, while Creighton is set at 25%. Do those numbers seem right to you?
No offense, Tom, but no.
Yeah.
Nebraska's 100%. They're making the tournament. Also,
yes.
I'm not going to say Creighton is at 0%, but they are way closer to 0 than they are 25. I would say Creighton has like a 10% chance to make it to the tournament.
I would say it's lower than that, and I'm the host of Blue Jay Shoot-Around. I think it is
On
under
1620 The Zone.
It is under 10%. It is in the single digits for sure.
Only path is winning their tournament, their conference tournament.
I don't know if this is just one of those which number's more offensive, but
good topic.
I would argue that the Nebraska number is more offensive because it's for sure 100%. If they lose out, it doesn't even matter who they play. Like if they lose to Rutgers on Saturday, oh no, they would still be 22-9 when they would finish out the year. They're fine.
They're fine, Nick.
Guess what, guys?
What, Nick?
We're finally going to get to it.
No!
Word of Robert Kraft in the Pro Football Hall of Fame came down today. He is not going to make it.
What?
Will it ever happen?
Well, I tweeted about this earlier, but I'm tired of our good friend Robert Kraft being jerked around by all these voters. It's insane what they're doing to him. It's very uncomfortable what they do. He should go out and just get a nice massage and cool off from this horrible, horrific news that's occurred to the Kraft family.
No happy ending for Robert Kraft this time, folks.
Mm-hmm.
Will he make the Hall of Fame? Yes. Good job by you, Austin.
Thank you.
I think this is hilarious. I think that this is so funny. He is, what were you saying earlier about tweeting at people to get them on your radio show?
Yeah.
What was the word you used? Thirsty.
Yeah.
Robert Kraft, there was a story from 2024 from, I think it was Don Van Natta from ESPN, about how thirsty this man is. Like, he for the Hall of Fame, Austin, but he's so thirsty to get in the Hall of Fame. He's desperate, and they're like, they can smell it. It's like old money and new money. If Nick fell into like $3 billion tomorrow,
I'd be like, ouch, what am I, Scrooge McDuck? You can't swim in this.
And didn't donate it because he's actually a monster that he doesn't realize he is. And he goes to a fancy club with mahogany. They would smell on him the... Ugh.
Yeah.
He was at a gas station yesterday. I haven't visited one of those in my entire life.
I still smell the Casey's on your breath.
I bet he still buys groceries.
Yeah, exactly. They're like, that's a new word, old-fashioned word. And so they would smell it. All the voters can smell that desperation on Robert Kraft, and maybe they can smell some other things too.
And the biggest argument against Robert Kraft too is you would argue he's a contributor to professional football, right? What did he contribute?
Annoyingness.
He hired Bill Belichick.
Ooh.
And then he was part of a group of people that all collectively decided to draft Tom Brady. That's it, right? I understand why Jerry Jones would be in the Hall of Fame and is in the Hall of Fame because he created quite literally the superstar team of the entire league. That's the most profitable league in the world. That makes sense to me. What has Robert Kraft done for football that has actually been better than just hiring a guy who then drafted a guy?
Excellent point. That's why Jerry Jones deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. Shout out to my owner, Jerry.
Matt Nagy is going to New York to be John Harbaugh's OC. Austin, your takes on Harbaugh continue to age well, it seems.
Yeah, Matt Nagy is a very interesting choice.
That's one word for it.
It's always one of those two where he's been run out of so many places. How many more places can he keep running to? What bodies does he know are buried where? Like, he has been kicked out of Kansas City many times, and yet he keeps going back to be reclaimed and then becomes a new project for somebody else. I don't know how it's going to work out there. I've said it many times on this show. I've said it to you, Josh, many times. Brian Daboll did a whole lot for Jackson Dart that I think is going to get exposed, and Matt Nagy's not going to do him any favors in New York.
I couldn't agree with you more. Matt Nagy stinks. Chiefs fans were so pumped that he left, and now he's going there. This is, I want to believe in Harbaugh having like a second life because I do think he's a net positive ultimately as a coach. Like, I don't think you last as long as he did and win as many games as he did. That said, I mean, he's certainly not going to beat he's Mike McCarthy and Tomlin and Sean Payton, in just a different body with a different name and a different family history and all of those types of things. But he's the same guy otherwise.
Yeah. Tennessee Volunteers quarterback Joey Aguilar filed a lawsuit as he bids for an extra year of eligibility that would allow him to play this fall. His first year in college, by the way, was back in 2019 at the City College of San Francisco. Explain this to me and our audience.
Great question. First of all, Dijon Gomes transferred to Nebraska from the City College of San Francisco. A fun little factoid if you're ever at a Super Bowl party this weekend, of which Austin will not be.
Nope, I'll be.
They're
at
like,
home.
have you heard about this Joey Aguilar guy? You could sneak in and say, yeah, he went to the same school Dijon Gomes did. Anyway, he didn't play with Dijon Gomes, even though maybe he would have liked to, and then sued college football for more years. Essentially, his argument is, I have only been at this level of college football for 3 years, and I deserve more years. As always, this is a chance for me to tell the young college football players to get a job.
Yep.
Go to the real world.
Stop hanging out with kids.
It's creepy. It's creepy.
So what do you talk about?
Sad Husker fan says, when does this stop? I don't know. Even Bill Belichick is like, you want to hang out with people that age? I don't understand.
Wow, we are really dunking on Patriot jokes.
We are. That's true.
It's very good. No, I mean, I completely agree. 100%. Joey Aguilar, good job.
The agree boys.
Update the LinkedIn.
National Signing Day is tomorrow.
What?
Yeah, big deal.
Be honest. Did either of you know about this?
I did, because I am tracking a little bit, obviously, the defensive tackle, Berryman, who is hopefully going to sign with Matt Rule and company, give them that shining light at the end of the tunnel. But he's also taking late visits to Florida, obviously. There's not much that goes on, obviously, in this time, but it is one of the last times you get to hear from college football coaches until we get into their spring practices.
Which is in like 2 weeks.
That is actually more important to me, because I want to know, not only for Nebraska, I'm very curious what we're going to hear from Lane Kiffin.
Is he, that's a good call. Is Rule having a presser this week? I haven't even seen an email from
Usually,
Keith. He usually does. And I guess if they get another player, there would be something to actually talk about.
But if nothing has changed.
Plus the special team stuff, I mean, stuff has changed in that regard. And I'm trying to remember. So he last spoke to Husker Sports Network a couple weeks ago. When's the last time he spoke to the media, though? Because there have been changes with the staff since then. Right? Did he
start of the portal?
Has he answered questions about Eckler, like from the media?
No.
Okay. So
just from Kyle Crooks.
Yeah.
Does that count as a media?
That's a good question. I don't know. Kind of. I mean, like, yeah, he's.
Kyle asked some good questions.
No, yeah,
like,
this is not.
That was not like a fabricated, like,
No,
hey,
no,
we're going to
no.
record this and edit stuff out. It felt like it was like a, hey, I'm asking questions.
No,
people
yeah,
are asking.
I like Kyle.
So, yeah.
To answer Nick's question, I honestly forgot. I was on HuskerExtra.com this morning. I was reading and I was like, signing day. Whoa.
Yeah.
This used to be the biggest day of the year.
It was. And you got all the flips and stuff.
It was wild. It was crazy.
We're going to have an Instagram live tomorrow for a defensive tackle who's a 4-star and obviously one of the premier recruits right now. But if he would have stuck with his original commitment, no one would be talking about this right now.
The Chicago White Sox new slugger from Japan, Munetaka Murakami.
Ooh,
he played for the Yakult Swallows, by the way.
Whoa, Nick.
Good bit.
There are kids in the audience.
Requested the club install bidets in their clubhouse. Are the Chicago White Sox about to be the cleanest team in MLB?
Wait, bidets?
Bidets.
You know, I house sit from time to time at a dear friend of mine. He lives like a 5-minute walk away from me.
Yep.
Like if I drove there, it would take a minute. He has a bidet.
Nice.
I never use it. I'm always afraid.
You're afraid?
I feel like you shouldn't use another man's bidet.
But it's why?
Because they use it. I don't
Yeah,
know,
it's just water.
And they don't recycle the water from one bum to another.
Yeah,
No, I
it's
get
not.
that.
It's
It's
not
just-
like a bunch of brown water.
It feels very personal.
I'll say this. So I'm afraid for 2 reasons. One, I mean, what if it's weird? 2, what if I love it?
Yeah, right.
And
then you
it's-
can never go back.
It's like sitting in first class.
Mhm.
Like, oh man, I got to hang out with Nick.
Yeah, it's like peeing in a trough for the first time. You're like, man, this is kind of the peak. There's no,
No,
other way
it's
to do
not. You trough freaks are freaks.
What are you talking about?
I want to go in a stall.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want people to look at
I
my
think
hang
you're.
low.
I think you're a circle fountain guy. That's what I think. I think you're
No,
the real
I
freak.
would never be in one of those.
No, those guys are the real freaks, though.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Overlooking and you're making eye contact directly with someone. Ugh, I don't like that.
Guys,
What, Nick?
we got a release of college baseball games featured on actual ESPN this season.
Whoa.
It's a lot. Over 150, in fact. Josh,
Nick,
does this make you worried about college baseball overtaking college football as the most popular college sport?
I could not be less concerned than I am about that question, Nick, that you have asked. And we are all dumber for having heard it.
I'm going to answer this and say I've loved our full slice of baseball we've gotten on today's show.
We didn't get a full slice. All he's done is mention things.
What are you talking
Austin.
about?
That's
No,
not a slice.
We asked Brunson
That's
a
a
question.
sliver.
We talked a little bit about baseball in another segment, and we brought up baseball here. I'd say that's a full slice.
It's like when you're at one of those pizza parties, and the company cuts it even more, so the slices are tinier.
Arguably, though,
Triggered.
The party cut, one of the most elite cuts of a pizza.
I call that, and this is an inside joke with a friend of mine and I, going back over a decade. I call it the Stamford Bridge cut. Can't even explain it.
Okay.
But that's what we call it. And I'm with you. Square cut pizza rocks.
I hate square cut pizza.
Yeah, you know what, Nick? We hate you. Well, you didn't ask the last question.
The Pro Bowls tonight. Are you going to watch the
I
Pro
thought
Bowl?
didn't it already happen?
No, it's tonight.
It's tonight.
Are you sure?
Yes, very.
Oh,
Wow, why are you so excited? Nick, are we airing it on 1620 The Zone?
No.
I literally
bummer.
thought I saw like a highlight from it earlier. Did I not? Is
That could have been practice.
Ooh.
Oh, it's not on NBC because there's the NBA tonight.
I looked up Pro Bowl in Google.com, and guess what the first thing that came up was?
Is it tonight?
Shadur Sanders live stats, updates, and highlights at the 2026 Pro Bowl flag
Dude,
football game.
talk about thirsty. People are so thirsty for clicks. Kenneth writes, no, sorry, hockey is on.
Good bit.
Yeah, it's on. It's 7:15 on ESPN.
Yeah, I'm not going because I will be at Omaha Concordia and Archbishop Bergen boys basketball this evening.
I will be at home, probably reading.
Nice.
Paige and I are probably going to watch Doctor Who.
Interesting. I have
Nice.
I have this doc on my to watch list. Think about picking a documentary my next time up for movie club.
Josh, we just watched one last night. If you don't pick it, I will.
What's it called?
It's about ska in the 90s. It's
No.
called Pick It Up, Ska in the
I
90s.
think mine's about murder. Yeah. I think I'm going to pick that. All right. When we return, it's America's favorite segment.
The Dallas Cowboys dream schedule in the postseason to a
Can
Super
we
Bowl?
do that again? Austin, you are my favorite villain. And I love you greatly. I admire you greatly. What's for dinner's next on 1620 The Zone?
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Tonight, French dip grilled cheese.
Whoa! Wow. Why are your dinners always so much better than everyone else's?
Because my wife is amazing.
So it's just you're just dunking the grilled cheese into au jus?
I don't know. It's she's making
Bless
it.
you.
I will let you know. I will take a photo.
Interesting.
And I will have it for you.
You're just gonna put your beef out on the internet for everyone to see?
Oh yeah, don't tweet your meat, as Connor Happer is one to remind.
I will say, the second anything else that's not cheese touches a grilled cheese, it's no longer a grilled cheese.
That is
It's a melt.
true statement. Good point. Good point, Nick.
Shut up, Austin.
Oh wow.
What are you having for
Thought we were
dinner?
friends? I'm kind of embarrassed because I'm pretty sure I said this the last time, but I love this, especially like on a not like super cold winter day, but like a day that we're having today. I made some homemade bread before I got here, and I'm gonna slice it up and make some tuna melts. Love me a tuna melt.
Are you gonna have a tuna melt next Tuesday when you sit in too?
Might as well at this point.
Wow,
Let's make it
tuna
3 in a row.
melt Tuesday.
Is it a tuna melt or is it a
Grilled cheese with tuna.
No, I'm not making it into a grilled cheese. I only sprinkle like a light amount of cheese, but I mean,
You mad?
I mess that thing up. I put some relish in there, some Himalayan salt. It's good.
Ooh.
It's good.
F with that.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Last night we had buffalo tendies and
Hell
waffle
yeah.
fries. I don't know
Hell
about
yeah.
tonight.
For free. Do you know about that?
I
got
don't
them
think
for free?
so.
You don't. God, you guys are so young. You don't know about. I want those waffle fries for free. How do you
What-
not know about this meme?
I don't. What is this?
No, man, it was
Probably
on-
a YouTube video from like 2007 or something.
Yes.
Grandpa Josh is talking about the war again.
So we would go to youtube.com and we would be writing out some things. We'd stumble upon this video.
Remember when YouTube had stars as the rating system?
The first YouTube video I ever saw was the Greg Jennings put the team on my back though. That's the number one YouTube video I've ever seen.
Wow, you guys don't know. So it premiered on YouTube August 22nd, 2006. 25 million views.
That's like one of the first. Well, I mean, that's back when there was nothing else on YouTube.
Warning, extreme profanity and content, 18 and up. A
profanity?
young man recounts a day at the mall with the girl he found unacceptable. The first in a series.
Wow.
Wow. So it's an incel
want
thing.
them
You're watching
waffle
incel stuff.
No, Nick, I would never do that. That's what you do.
No.
There was one comment that I wanted to. Wow, Baymont even says old man Josh. This is sad.
That's tough.
Wes says the only way Creighton has a chance to get in the tournament is if UConn doesn't show up for the Big East tournament and Creighton has a better chance to win it.
That's very funny.
We're gonna unpack this a little bit more tomorrow. What was the way you phrased it?
Which number is more offensive? Nebraska being 95 or Creighton at 25?
We'll do that tomorrow. Stibbs will be here. Dumb Debates will be here. We'll talk.
We'll be here.
We'll be here.
Guys, I overcame the hot take mark.
Aaron Schatz will be here.
Very proud of myself.
Austin won't. Austin, thank you. What a great day.
Happy to be here.
For him, for Nick, I'm Josh. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Bye.